She's extremely good. The pattern is extremely good. The correctness is extremely good. She just doesn't have enough stuff today to go ahead and beat those two white gills, in spite of the fact that the Hereford gill is probably more comfortable than the second place gill that we had out here. Next is going to be the little fellow spot gill over here to my right, and again, I like that gill. I think that gill in a spotted class, with the competition correctly sized and age, it can be a handful. She gets out horsepower today just a little bit, and she's just, you can look and tell, she's not as freaky or as high performing looking as those 2 or 3 that are in front of her, but man, she's square, she's sound, she's got bone. If that thing gets big enough, look out, she'll get, she can go just a good spot gills about any time and anywhere. Next is going to be the other spot gill that the young man right here in front of he's got. Just needs to make her balance off both ends. And then we finally got this other Hereford that the young lady's got that, again, we need to be a little bigger down at the ground and a little bigger bone. And I realize that that's probably not quite as easy to do as it is to talk about. So I'm not being critical of the young lady, but in relation to having an AOB deal, that's just where that falls out. the girl I like best in this class is not the one that's the best presented, and she's certainly not the one that's the best driven, and you start wondering, well, why were you going to use it again? Because I do think she's awfully good. When a young man gets her to going and gets her head right and she gets comfortable, I think she's a machine. If I had one, young man, I promise you, if I had one in my barn that good, I'm going to get some fluff on her and crack that gate. She's coming out there like a locomotive because she's pretty good. I don't know if you realize what you got. I like that spot to be the class winner. She needs some work. She needs a lot of work. I almost beat you calls of it, but I couldn't make myself convinced those other two were quite good enough to get her in there. The little Hereford field that's going to be second right there is a real good field, and she probably is quality-wise and presentation-wise probably going to beat the other. Her front feet are a little bit long, but man, instead of young lady's got that good dial in. She's fresh back, good hip and rear leg. She just doesn't have the bone and the squareness and the quality to beat that spotted hip that I really, really like down here. It wins this class. Third's going to be the Tamworth deal that the young lady's got. And again, she's really, really high quality in terms of presentation. Skin and hair here is immaculate. She's a little rounder, little lighter structure. Even the gilts that I had in front of her, but that's a nice gilt to be third for sure. Fourth going to be another one that doesn't get out and go for the young man nearly as well as she needs to. She's a better hog than what we're getting her presented today. Maybe it's the first time out, I don't know, but that gilt's got some good in it for sure. Then we're going to go with the lady with the girl with the green shirt will be next, and then finally the little dog here with the red ribbons in her hair. Those gilts are just green and need to go ahead and develop in nice, give all these jiggers a nice round as they go back with your tail.
Congratulations to Class 13 of our AOBs. Placings for that class in 6th is Joanna Grace Crowder, but the best runner in the class. 5th, Mallory Stowe. 4th, Aiden Bradley. 3rd, Elizabeth Blackwell. 2nd, Kinsey Steele. And winning Class 13 is Owen Bridges. Congratulations. We are now ready for our AOB Purebred Breeding Gilt Champion Trial.
Your other first place.
There's a lot of experts gonna sit around and try to figure out how to pick a hole in it. You know, just make me one that good before you want to criticize one this good. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So help me congratulate the young lady with the purple shirt. She's gonna have your chance. Second place deal for the champion comes in, and man, she's packing a load. That's a lot of muscle. That's a really big round rib. She's got lots of volume. Presentation on her is outstanding. Then we got the spot deal, and I'm so proud, young man. You've done a really good job out here. After she won that class, I just let her show off. I didn't look like a complete idiot for digging her out of the hole, because when she gets to going, you can see what I see. She's not quite showroom ready today, but if she gets showroom ready, he'll give a bunch of them all they want and then some. I think we've got to get the gilt that wins that first class, and another extremely high quality gilt that, again, why would we want to be real critical of a hole that's that good at this stage? She probably doesn't have quite as much just full rib and looseness up to her front end as the champion AOB. Let me congratulate you, young lady, for the other shirt. She's going to have a reserve champion AOB. That was all spotted gilt comes out, and we talked to her in class. I mean, she is immensely thick and big rib and wide, and we like those things about her. I'd make her a little more flexible, maybe all both ends out here. And for me, the one that I'm going to go ahead and find the pin for, but is one that it took me a little while to just get figured out. And again, I kind of put those holes that I think maybe not quite right there today, and third overall, and she's going to get to be third overall today. Let me congratulate the young man with the spot. Get her now in and whip them all, okay? All right.
Congratulations to our champion AOB winners this morning, or actually this afternoon, sorry about that. Our champion comes out of class 12, Bailey Ball, exhibits that one. Our reserve champion comes out of class 11, is exhibited by Ansley Johnson. And our third overall AOB comes out of class 13 and is exhibited by Owen Bridges. We are now getting ready to line up for our champion purebred breeding gilt drive. our champion purebred breeding goat classes. Coming from our Berkshires is exhibited by Bailey Ball. Our Duroc champion is exhibited by Chloe Vaughn. Our Hampshire champion, purebred champion, is exhibited by Carson Page. Our Yorkshire purebred champion is exhibited by Brody Ball. And our AOB purebred breeding champion is exhibited by Bailey Ball. Mr. Gary, this is your breeding champion class.
Well, if you would with me, please, congratulations to these great champions and division champions. They are, I've been fortunate to judge some pretty big shows in my life, and I don't know that there's one of these that wouldn't fit in some of those toughest drives at the highest level of competition, and I hate to sound like a broken record when I say that. But I mean, just look out here at these fields, and there's others that didn't quite fit into what we're trying to do today. In the back of the barn, they've got immense amounts of opportunity and potential. There's two out here that, for me, it's really, really close, and I don't know if Burton's worried from here or not. He'll give you the difference about this, but old habits are hard to break. I like the Yorkshire to be the champion. And I told you it was a two-horse race, and there's another one out here that's an elite breed female that's just so high quality and sound and flexible and very, very high quality. Let me congratulate him on my hamster over here. He's going to have your reserve champion overall. Again, it's hard for me to want to be critical of any of these, and justifiably so. We could make any of these gimps third overall and feel really, really good about it. For me out here, there's one that for what she represents and how she does it, I think is extremely, extremely good. Heavy congratulations, young lady with AOB. She's going to be a third overall again.
Congratulations to our purebred breeding field champion draw. Our champion comes out of our Yorkshire breed and is exhibited by Brody Ball. Our reserve champion comes out of our Hampshire She's exhibited by Carson Page. And our third overall comes out of our AOB breed, and she is exhibited by Bailey Ball. Congratulations. We are now getting ready for our class 14, which will be our first class of crossbreds, and these will be light crossbred breeding gilts.
This time of season. Well, yeah, and for this point in the season, it's this time of season. Because we'll show these for sure until so they still got a lot of growing to do. They're getting, let's see, depending on the food, but they eat about 6 pounds of food a day. And if it was just feeding,
So if you're doing that, could you earn back?
not once ever.
So you do this for what?
Just for the love of watching my grandbaby. You know what I mean? Like he loves it so much. That's why we do it. And like the whole around there, and like even when we got two that we leased, they have to.
Now doing the ring is class 14. This is our first class of light crossbred breeding
Just
gilts.
throw them in
There are 4 in this
sit
class, and they weigh 139 to 193 pounds.
190?
The assignment was to try to see if there was somebody bring one to beat her, and there wasn't. Congratulations, young man here in the pink shirt. He's going to have that is a pink shirt, that's not going to be okay. There wasn't much beating her. I mean, that's tall front end, that's look, that's elevation, and correctness at the point of the shoulder. That's level design, that's heavy bone, but good footing, good toe. I mean, that one can stand a good bit of competition probably. Second's going to be the blue-eyed gelding, the bigger gelding, young lady here on the right side with the black shirt on, and again, kind of follow that what we started the class off with. She's the tall fronted one that's really correct. She doesn't have quite as just much internal dimension and structure as that class winner, but that's a good pair of gilts to be one too. Third is going to be a really interesting haul to me that the young man here has got with the dark blue gilt there at the center. When you break her down, I mean, that gilt has got an awful lot of good in her today. And we'll just see what she does on her front feet just a little. You know, I could get a little question on her. That's why I decided I was more comfortable with her today third than I was going ahead and let her be second. I mean, she's got that really long striding appendage back way that's good. And if that all stays together on her, and again, they get her a little fluffier just in the show setting, that one might not be too bad before it's all said and done. I just couldn't justify getting her around those first two today. Next is going to be the young man's little gilt down here. That's certainly got some quality in her. She's a little bit lighter bone, a little smaller footed, maybe than the gilts that we got in front of her in this class, but and she's got a good look at her front end, her top's big, so she'll have a better day for sure.
There she is. Her name's Rose. So look, we named them all. We have Berkeley. She cannot see me. But she'll come to, yeah. And so and it messes
remember hearing say it anyway. Well, you guys that don't go nearly as far back as I do don't realize that he was the godfather of the black exotic show pig business back in the 80s, really, is when all that started, when they started bringing in pigeons and stuff. And when he found one that there wasn't much meat, he'd say it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Well, that's kind of where we're at here in this class, and there's several good gilts in here. But there's one standout, and the competition was for second, and it was close and very good. Help me congratulate the young man over here with the orange shirt. There's no denying that one for sure today. She wins, and she's an awful nice one. We might get to talk about her a little later as we go along. Then we got to find one to follow her with, and the one that I like to be second in this class is another one that she got here before that blue one did. And I thought, man, I'm going to be in really good shape in this class because I got a gilt to lead off with that I like an awful lot. And I still like it. I like this young lady's white gilt right here to be second in this drive. And that gilt is really high quality. That gilt's big footed. She's legitimately big footed. She's legitimately heavy bone. She's square. Her length of neck is really good. She's got a good square jaw in her. And I see a lot of these guys taking the jaw clean out of this hole. Jaw is an indicator of structure. It's never a bad thing. Nobody wants a fat neck. Don't take the jaw out of it if you're trying to breed. I love her head and neck for a breeding home for sure. Or you get behind her, she's about as ideal as you can put a hip and rear leg in a breeding female for me. And they still probably can't get the pig out of her. I don't know, but she looks like one that might could have one anyway. And that's kind of the goal for me anymore in some of these fields. Third's going to be one that's a really good looking hog, and she was the first one that came through here. And I thought, man, this is going to be all right. I like the young man in blue shirts when he's over here to be third in this class. He's run into a bus all those first two that I think so in the show. That four's going to be 4 and 5 is kind of a toss-up with really high quality gilts that are going to get along all fall, all summer through the fall. There's no question in my mind. I like the young lady's darker blue gilt to be 4 in this drive, just in terms of mass and structure. She's very good. She gets outside of herself when you get behind her. She's a little bit constipated as well, but man, she's got a big back and a big center, and we like that. 5's going to be the other blue-eyed gilt with a spot in her back that the young lady here's got. Extremely sound, extremely high quality. Just doesn't have quite as much horsepower as the gilts that we put in front of her in this drive. But that's 5 really elite females, and I congratulate those young people. Next is going to be my young lady with a ribbon in her hair. There you go, baby. And y'all got such wonderful young people, and here's another one, the future's bride up here. That's a good gilt. She's well prepared, well presented. She doesn't have quite as much bone as some of the hogs that we got in front of her today, but that doesn't take away from the fact that she's really sound. She's opened up. She's got a big back. That color that she's got takes away from just how big a back that she's got, but she didn't have quite as big legs today. Next is going to be the other little champion with the purple shirt there with her blue gilt, an extremely high quality gilt again as well. Doesn't balance quite as good perhaps, but that gilt can beat a lot of them in a lot of good shows just in terms of quality for sure. And then we got the gilt down here, and it's not going to show quite as well for the young lady. She's a little rounder and a little quicker in maturity for me. Extremely high quality class. Give these exhibitors as they go back a real nice thing to call.
Congratulations to our class 15 of light crossbred breeding gilts. Placings for that class in 8th is Talia Thomas, 7th, Tinley Tankersley, 6th, Beverly Kate Bowers, 5th, Harley Mattingly, 4th, Paisley Peoples, 3rd, Aiden Heckelech, 3rd, 2nd, Talia Smith, and winning class 15 is Carson Cage. We're now ready for our champion drive of our light crossbred breeding gilts.
Well, if you would, Whitney, congratulate both these young men for really, really outstanding, high quality. I'll call them elite Blue Cross skills at both are, right? You know, sometimes I'm not a very good poker player. When I like one, and there's no point in beating around the bush a long time. And when you find one again, when you find that one that it's pretty rare to find a hog that combines as much mass and soundness and freshness and big back and being able to hinge and go out of her hip and rear leg as well as this one does, and still have that kind of bone and that kind of foot. I mean, she's at a different level for sure. Got to congratulate the young man who won the second class. He's going to have a champion like her. Extremely high quality pair of gills. As we talked, that gill that wins that first class. That's tall fronted, that's look, that's design, that's levelness of skeleton, levelness of back with a big back. She hinges and goes, for me, good enough out of her hip and rear leg. Some would say she gets a little tighter in that regard. That doesn't concern me with her. You got one that's that square and that good. With that big a feet and that big a legs. Then we got the white gilt that was second to the blue gilt that was champion in this drive. And she comes at me, I think that was legitimately a big wide scapular hog. Her chest bore is really, really good. That matches that square hip and rear leg that she's got. I don't know that she's maybe quite as round ribbed is the blue gilt that we've got over here, but I think there's legitimate more hog there. I think she's more opened up. I think that squareness goes from front to rear a little better than it does in the blue gilt. She's definitely more flexible, and I like that little added production to her center. The white gilt's going to be the reserve champion right across today.
Congratulations to our champion drive of our light cross division. Our champion comes out of class 15 and is exhibited by Carson Page. Our reserve champion also comes out of class 15 and is exhibited by Talia Smoot. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 16. This is our first class of dark crossbred breeding gilts. These gilts weigh 93 to 136 pounds. raffle ticket sale going on and also a silent auction. Both of these will end at the end of the Purebred Market Barrow Show. And we will announce the winners at the end of the Market Barrow Show. So they will end. The silent auction and the raffle tickets, the winner will be announced at the end of the Purebred Market Barrow Show. So go ahead and go get their raffle tickets and bid on some of those silent auction items. Remember, all this supports our representative on here.
Well, we can forward. I'll work those again here in a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you 5, 6, 7, 8. I like the young lady over here in the yellow shirts. A black neck gill for the 5 in this drive. You know, that gill's got some potential. She's definitely a look hog that's tall, fronted, and you know, I like her. I got bone wise. She's not overly done with bone, but I think she's got plenty. Her feet's not quite as big, and she just doesn't have quite as much just horsepower as some of these hogs that we got over here in the pen today. But she's one that would bear to watch and just see kind of where she winds up. Next is going to be this young man's built here to the left, and that feels fairly heavy boned. But where I'm most concerned, and it's not a bad thing, young man, where I'm most concerned today is their ham-horn junctions a little low. Young hogs like this, especially gilts, you can probably feed that out of her when she matures and kind of fleshes and gets the hormones going. But it's just in a show setting today, you know, it kind of takes away from her. But good luck feeding her. That hope's got some good in her. I wouldn't give up on her at all. Next will be this one right here that kind of jet fronted and really well designed kind of thing. Looks like she's not hitting on all cylinders today. And that kind of gets her, I just like the first one. I know they're all trying to get hair and that kind of thing on them, but I think there's a fine line between having hogs with enough hair and having a little bit hard to do it. And today, maybe from sickness, today I'm reading her being a little bit hard to do it. And then we've got the young lady down here that is got in the corner that likes to run, so that's not an all bad thing, but she needs a little more rib and body just to move up in higher. In this particular class. Good luck keeping up with it. It kind of separates yourself out here. Yeah, she's another one. You know, I'm not going to be real critical of her in this stage. We could poke a hole or two in her, but she's going to win this class. Let me congratulate the young lady with the red shirt and the silver good in her hair. She wins this class fairly handily. I do think there's a couple of these others that have got a good shot at being really nice hogs on down the line when they mass and develop. Like this hog's got, this black-headed hog this young lady's got right here is one that if I was looking for prospects, I'd have her on like to buy a card because I think that gilt is fundamentally really good. Her toes are good and correct. She's a little green. I mean, she doesn't have the presentation, the fit that class winner's got, but that gets high quality. And she'll mass, and I'm the last one. I'm the last one to talk about how to grow hair on hogs because we spent our whole life selecting for efficient, lean hogs, and it's hard to get hair on them things. But if you get a little hair on her, for what they like to do, that'll help her. That's the only part I'm going to tell you. In relation, they like the kind of hair that class winner's got for sure. So try to steal some secrets from that little girl if you can, because I like to yield at second quite a bit. Third's going to be another one right here. Like again, I've got her circled on my card as one that come October, if you say, hey, you know, you had that field up there that day in Jackson County when it was hot outside, and you put her third in that lightest class, and you call her Little Green, I'd say that's right. You know, that hog was really well designed. That hog was sound. That hog has got a big, fresh back in her today. I mean, just watch and see what happens with her. She does the right things. She'll do them all they want, everybody. Good luck with her. Fourth one has got a huge back. Tall fronted, big leg. Pardon me, that hog was a little bit quick-headed with where we're at today. I would lengthen her snout just a little, and I would, but that's not the area that I'm most afraid of. She gets outside herself in her stifle just a little bit for me, but she's a high-quality gilt, and again, depending on how they things mature and where she deposits fat and softens up in the right spot, you know, she could be a handful at the right stage as well.
Now entering the ring is class 17 of our dark crossbred breeding gilt division. These gilts weigh 140 to 154 pounds.
probably deserves a 10, but she's a little bit coarser and a little bit slower today for me. Get her fresh, get a little bit of flesh on her. Her arm is good, her toes are good. She's got her mane working on her as well, and that doesn't help that situation any, but there's good there. We just got to kind of get it out of her and find out what we got there when she gets to go. Next is going to be the young lady here closest to me with the blue shirt, and that gives really, really high quality in sound and sound on both knees. She's a little rounder hip than what I would deem to be ideal out here today. I'm afraid she'll be one of those kind that maybe gets tighter. She handles it very well, and so maybe I'm being a little too critical of her, but she's a little round for me. Next will be the deal down here in the corner that the young man's got that's kind of like Speedy Gonzalez, just goes from one side to the next. Give her a little more real to the body. This young lady with the pink shirt is doing a better job with hers. That deal just doesn't look like she's firing on all cylinders today for the young lady. Get her on some antibiotic and some medication. Let's see if we can get her healthy and show you good. When I'm judging shows and I make statements like this, I don't want the people at second, third, and fourth to get discouraged or think that I'm being critical of their fault. I'm not. But when you find one that's at a level that is next level is what they call it, I think, or one that's very, very elite, I think you need to identify and not just treat them like another hog, because it takes an awful lot of hard work. It takes a very good hog to get one to look this good, this early in the game, and having this competitive with that kind of presentation and that kind of quality. Let me congratulate the young man in the purple shirt. He's going to have the class winner today, and that was not debatable. I mean, she wins this class for me very easily. Second's going to be one that I think is really high quality, and you know, I don't really care what the next guy that judges her does with her or says about her. It doesn't really matter to me. It never has. Because maybe I've been some places and seen some things they don't know anything about. The one that I like to be second is the Sandy Charter Hall that the young lady down here in the red shirt's got. And I know that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily see that with as much quality as I do, but I really do. That looks sound, she's opened up, she's loose rid. That's a very, very nice hall, particularly if you said it. Third's going to be the young lady that has got the bad foot working here, and she actually moved up a spot. It was good, but I asked her, okay, a while ago I left her around, she said, man, you're killing me, my foot's hurting me. I got in a hole in the pig show. And I said, well, you want to be fourth or fifth? She said, I'll be fourth. I said, okay, well, you're going to get to be third. So it worked out even better for you. That just got a good head and neck, very sound. Get some flesh on her, and let's just see what happens. I know you got to get healed up. It'll all be all right. You'll heal. You're young. well, you can prop it up. Get out. Tell your mom to get some ice. Prop it up tomorrow. Show pigs today. Good job. She moved up a notch. So good job. Third in that one. Next one is this gilt that we got coming right here. Just a very basic, well-designed kind of a hog. Tall fronted, good front foot on this gilt. You know, she's not really extreme in any area. Yeah, probably for me, I clean her up just a little in her neck. And that chisel, That stuff high as a cat's back, but it'll work. You got to feel about 3 times what the label says. I probably shouldn't say that out in public, but anyway, it is what it is. Put her on the middle of that. If you can stand the ticking, it'll help.
Congratulations to our Class 17, those of our dark crossbred breeding gilts. Placings for that class. In 9th is Calista Krishnan. 8th, Ron Neal. 7th, Anna Bowen. 6th, Waverly Sandberg. 5th goes to Kaden Buck. 4th, Kenton Rock. 3rd, McKinley Foxton. 2nd, Berkeley Craig. And winning Class 17 is Henry Cowden. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 18. These gilts weigh 159 to 168 pounds, and there are 8 in this class. When you leave the ring, you'll get a voucher, and when you want to catch that voucher again, that is back directly across from the announcer's stand, close to the Partners in Education, Partners in Agriculture sign. They will be happy to help you with those and pass those out.
5 nice gilts out here for sure. And yet for me today, the one that I think needs to win is one that's really got good range of motion, extra good length of body. I'm not afraid to use one that's got an extra rib in them. If they stay together and stay balanced, she comes at you with a big wide chest forward. I like the young man in the black shirt here closest to have the class winner. From there on out, it used to be pretty close between a pair of wider belted gilts. And I think it's a little bit of give and take. The one I'm on like second, I'm calling a little heavier bone. And if it doesn't turn out to be that way at the end game, I'm based it on where they're at down on the ground today in terms of their foot size and their heaviness of structure. They're not quite as just show ready today just in terms of softness and fit and presentation as that class winner, but it kind of will be good, particularly this one is in second. She could get them all they want. That's the young lady here in the, I guess it's light green, I don't know what you call that. Good job to her, that's a good gilt for sure. She's a little harsher right there, center right now. But when she gets out and goes like that, I feel better about her yet. And then the one that looks like her, almost her twin sister, going to be third in this class at the young lady with the green and white shirt, the red-headed young lady's got. And she's very similar. She's a little pinchier. She's a little tighter right now, her hand wide. And that's been critical, an awfully good one for sure. She's opened up, big chested, good front end. And her rib's not set up. The interesting thing about those hogs is the rib's not set up, they don't like they're going to just get real mature and pud out. So they're an interesting pair of gilts to watch and see what those second and third place hogs do from here on out. And next is going to be a young man with a red shirt down there. He's going to be forward today. And yeah, I debated on whether to put this pig or not, but he's got her looking so good. Skin and hair is immaculate. He's doing his part. She's got a little problem there on that left back leg. But when you just look at her from the profile, my gosh, she looks like one that could fit them all. I like the kind of rib that she's got. I like the kind of softness and volume she's got. We need to fix her in one place. We can all see that, but she's a good gilt. And then we got the young man's gilt right here that's going to be 5. And that's a little bit tight and a little bit rounder probably for me, even in a market hog show. If she does the right thing, she's similar to those gilts in second and third with maybe not quite as big a foot and quite as much bone, but if she'll get soft enough in her center and look more like a market hog, then she'll be a pretty good one for us all said. 4 or 5 very, very interesting gilts in that class for sure.
Congratulations to our Class 18 Dark Crossbred Breeding Gilts. Placing for that class in 8th is Thomas Elder, 7th, Emma Gabriel, 6th, Bristol Craig, 5th, Matt Burnett, 4th, Jake Williams, 3rd, Brittany Mason, 2nd, Carly Pascal, and winning that class is Brittany Mason. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 19. These gilts weigh 174 to 191 pounds. There are 9 in this class.
I don't think I need that.
But again, to me, where she's at weight-wise and maturity-wise, she's a little overdone in terms of flesh and bond, and needs to just be kind of trained and made a little harder today for sure. Extremely good class, and you can do this if you right several different ways. In relation to how we started out sorting homes today and how we're going to stay, I think there's one that makes the most logical sense to me, because I'll be honest with you, I like all 5 of these built for some things, so it gets to be a little bit of give and take. And the one to me today that's got the extra foot size, the extra bone, really good hip and rear leg. I like the young lady here with the yellow shirt for being the class winner in this drive. That goes really stout. She handles it very, very well. You know, time will tell. Does she get too far outside of herself? And she won't for most people, but some people might question that just a little bit. But she's the one that's got the bone. She's the one that's got the mass, and she's the one that's got the updated look. Second's going to be one that, and I've been a little bit critical of some gilts already for maybe having a little too much on them. She's not bad in terms of head and neck, and maybe she's just one of those kinds that goes through the trough, but I like the black-legged gilt that the young lady over here in the brown's got to be second in this drive. And she is very complete. She's very, very balanced. I wonder, you know, if that'll stay with her, if that mass and that will just go ahead and stay with her in relation to the gilt that we started the class off with. Third is one that's got a tremendous, tremendous hip and rear leg. Today, she doesn't have quite as much just capacity up to her chest floor. That's the young man in the purple shirt. He's going to be third today with one that, again, don't be surprised when they get to the end game with her that she beats a lot of it. She comes together in her front feet just a little, get her opened up. That hip of her leg will get her a long ways. Next is going to be the young man with the white belt and gilt, that kind of the same deal. I mean, I love that gilt and the look that she's got out of her hip and her leg and how all that handles. For me today, she comes together her front knees ever so slightly and maybe just a little bit straight fronted. I don't mind having a little bit set in the pasture as long as it's squared up good. But that gilt's really immensely prepared and looks good. Then 5 is going to be the solid black gilt. A little fellow down there has got, that's a good deal. I mean, she's practical, good head and neck, Sam. She ran into a buzz all the class, and I had her anywhere from 3rd to 5th. You guys kind of did the way you'd like to do it when you evaluate that, but I just felt like 5th today. You know, she's not quite as wide as some of the gills. She's not quite as big a rear as some of the gills. She's immaculately sound. She's big-footed, and she's got top in the bone this time.
exhibitors, class of 18 exhibitors. Placings for that class: in 9th place, Trenton Wilt; 8, Charlie Fleming; 7, Allison Oliver; 6, Brittany Mason; 5th, Brody Ball; 4th, Colby Taylor; 3rd, Henry Cowley; 2nd, Katie Weaver; and winning class 19 is Angelique Johnson. Now in the men's class 20, these dark cross-bred breeding gilts weigh 194 to 215 pounds, and there are 10 entries.
I pulled out, I got pulled down here, this one is a blood work that's in her head. She stays, so she's, I guess not having much luck getting her down to that end of the ring, but she stays. So from there on out, we'll go, that's fine. So we'll go 6, 7, and 4. 6 is going to be this young man right here, Maribel Gill, and I would love the hip and her leg and back 2 thirds of her. She's getting a little ball right in the front knees in terms of just being square enough to be a show pig out here today and flex and get to go, but there's an awful lot of good in her young man to go, looking good. 7's going to be one that has got a great big back in her. The young man here with the gold, yellow border, probably you would call orange, I guess. Shirt that we got working. The red-headed boy, how about that? That we got working there. Extra good length of body, big footed and big square hip. Gets a little bit peachy right there on the top line. Next is going to be this young lady right here with her big back gilt. It's a little bit frailer and not quite as big a footing down at the ground for me. Kind of the same thing for this one. That's going to be next for the other blue shirt young lady working. Her toes are a little long, front pastures maybe could be a little stronger, but big back, big hip, we like those things about her. And then next is going to be this one right here. Good job. That one's got a big back in her as well, but she was a little bit shorter neck and quicker up to her front end to me. But Emma's doing a nice job with her. She's presented her very, very well. There's several ways we can do this for sure, but the one that I'm the most comfortable with, and maybe it's just because she's the outlier color out here that catches your attention, but I like the spotted gilt the young lady's got to win this class. And she's very, very sound and balanced. You can just tell the way she gets out there and floats across this room, or across this ring. I mean, it's hard to poke her and then holds in her at this stage. She's got a big bag, she's fresh. She's got about the right amount of flesh on her, right amount of center, right amount of cover on her rib. She's a very, very nice hog. Second's going to be the young man over here with a narrow belt that Gil we've got, and that feels good. You got a big back, a big fresh back. You know, I don't say you're quite having this, but your athleticism and range of motion that cheetah-colored hog had, it means she's got a big square hip in her. She's big down to the ground. That's a very, very nice hog to be second in this fight. Sure, good job there. Third's going to be the one that I kept trying to get in the game over here because I really, really liked her. She's got that blood wart right in the center of her head, and I promise you, young lady, I've seen as many hogs as you ever want to talk about or discuss, and I've never seen one with a blood wart right in the hole in her head. But that doesn't take away from the fact that she's a very nice pig. Let's try to get her where we can get her showed. And maybe that makes this situation a little more competitive. Third's about the highest I can get her. She's pretty good in spite of that blood wart right in the center of her head. Mineral oil probably on a regular basis might take that off. So just whatever that's worth. I don't think it's fine. Fourth's going to be the solid black gilt that this young lady out here has got. And you know, I'm going to say something so you're contradicting me. This is my kind. In terms of just being really sound, really flexible, not messed up anywhere. She got into a class where some gilts that are a little more extreme in terms of bone and foot today. If she does what she needs to do, I like the practicality that gilt's got, the balance that she's got. What concerns me the most is she's getting a little bit of swelling there in that plane, and so we'll just kind of have to watch that and see how to manage that as we go along. But that's a very, very nice. She might be the best fourth place hog we've had today, in my opinion. Young lady's gilt we got here in 5, big, stout, rugged kind of a hog. Doesn't balance quite as well as some of the ones that we've had in front of her in this class. And yet, that gilt's heavy bone, that gilt's got a big bag. There's lots to do in here for sure. I'm not throwing her out with the path, but that's why I decided to do it. So, congratulate these young people as they go by. Very, very nice class of pigs again.
Congratulations to our class 20 of dark crossbred breeding gilts. Placings for that class in 10th is Caitlin White, 9th Aubrey III, 8th Delaney Turner, 7th Matt Burnett, 6th Drake Rye, 5th Casey Norman, 4th Talia Smoot, 3rd Landon Perfect, 2nd Lawson Brown, and winning class 20 is Ainsley Johnson. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our class 21 of dark crossbred breeding gilts. These gilts weigh 219 to 282 pounds, and there are 9 entries.
Okay, I believe we pulled out 4 this time. I remember we were doing 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 4. He is going to be the solid black gilt that the young man there's got. And there's an awful lot of good in that gilt, just in terms of having some structure, soundness out of her front end, toe quality and size. She needs to be a little fresher today. To move up, maybe a little bigger, fresher back probably is the best way to put that. But she's stout, I like that. 6 is going to be the one that probably does have a little bit bigger back, but doesn't have quite enough bone or foot to go ahead and get any higher. And that's the deal today. That's the young lady there for the shirt. 7th is going to be the black kid, the young man over here headed out the gate. Her toes are really long, but she's got some really body that's not too bad. And then next is going to be the little champion here with the sweater on around her neck. His toes are really long. She needs to have more shape and expression. And kind of the same thing with this gilt right here. Time just hasn't served her well. She's kind of need to break down, particularly on her front feet, to move up any higher. And we'll give them a nice round. We'll work this first forward.
Do you all have somebody who's in the show?
Yeah, we do, but I don't think nothing about
So they split it all up into classes.
it. Yeah.
So you have all the classes for showmanship, which are pre-K through 12th grade, where education goes. And then you have all the classes for the guilds, so the female, and they go up to 21, and then they have a final draw.
Kind of an interesting class, and again, we could stir the pot here just a little bit. Maybe on where do you put your priorities? My priorities pretty much try to stay the same from I started showing 50s to 60s, and now 2026. So I always like correctness and soundness first, and then we try to figure out the rest of it after that. And the one that I think is the most correct and the soundest and the biggest down in the ground probably doesn't have just as much natural product as a couple of these others out here, and maybe that's why she's sounding good. But I'll take that any day. I like to hang it up here to be the class winner in this particular fight because the sound is designed to correctness of the beautiful rare way. I kind of want to use the darker cross gilt right here to be second, the sandy colored gilt. And yet I can make her good enough out of her hip with her leg from the hop down to the ground. She's got a big back and a good front end. If we could put that kind of front end in the front of it, we'd be really, really happy about it. Very close placing between first and second. I just didn't know that she was going to hold it up for me out of that left back leg especially, quite as well as we needed to. And her back leg plays good in your front feet. So the balance is a little bit of an issue. Third's going to be the narrow belted gilt that the young man in the center's got. And we've been talking all day. She gets together, poses together, her front knees just a little, and that's been critical of one that's got a good look at her head and neck, but she needs to be a little more opened up. Great cue up in her leg, and we appreciate that. Then we got the big stout gilt that this young lady's got, and man, that's a lot of product. That's a lot of milk. Handles it all pretty well out here. Gets a little piece still on her top line. Needs to be a little more flexible just out of her hips and her leg. But man, that's a big hole with a big head and neck. Young lady's done a nice job keeping her good.
I mean, I think that really stripped her away. But yeah, some people travel a minute to get here. I was talking to one lady who was from Perry, and drove up from Perry. Well, they're a little bit south. Yeah, they're a little south of Perry. Yeah. And her grandson.
Congratulations to our Class 21 exhibitors. Placing for that class in ninth is Aubrey McClure, 8th, Katie Claire Saunders, 7th, Brantley Bowles, 6th, Emily Wall, 5th, Avery Bradley, 4th, Patty Gray Cox, 3rd, Ethan Maddox, 2nd, Blakely Bowles, and winning Class 21 is Brooks Ray. Congratulations. We are now ready for our champion dark crossbred green gilt dry.
I don't know if I ever introduced myself. I'm Tyler.
I'm Karen, and this is Isaiah. Where are you from?
My dad lives right around the corner.
Oh.
Yeah, I grew up in Lawrenceville.
Okay.
Well, if you would we congratulate each of these class winners in a very, very competitive dark cross division out here today. I think each of these skills have got an awful lot of good in them. We could discuss them and cuss them till the cows come home, but it isn't going to change what I think or what I believe today needs to happen here on the front end of this thing. As we talk during class, I don't make apologies for these times, and I probably don't do a good enough job trying to explain to you how good that I think that she actually is. Because I'll spend more time trying to apologize for some of the ones that maybe aren't quite as good, just to make people feel better about their placing and stuff. And if you gotta do a lot of explaining on this one, I think we're just spinning our tires. The main thing to do is look and just try to duplicate that or figure out. Even more importantly, this season's pretty much set. Try to figure out how you're going to get one a little better next time, because that's kind of the way this is going to be. Really congratulate the little man with the right here. She's a good season. That same deal comes in and we talk during class. I think that's just a good hawk. That little girl's doing such a good job with her. This is far out, and as some of them say, far-reaching pieces. I've never really thought much about talking about pieces much, particularly in a market hawk show, because pieces can be taken two ways. There's good pieces and pieces that's not so good. And when they say this has got a lot of pieces, I'm sitting there trying to figure out, okay, is the piece that we're proud of the one that's not so good, or is the piece that we're proud of what makes you, better? I don't know. That's, to me, that's kind of that can get you in a lot of trouble. Because I think when it comes to sorting market hogs, we need to find hogs that are complete and balanced. And if you're in the breeding stock world and you want to talk to me about when it's got a big part of the piece, and then I'll probably try to go along with it a little bit on that. For me, there's another one that I think probably isn't quite as bulletproof, but in terms of really one that's really high quality and not overdone in any direction one way or the other. Great hip and rear leg if she stays together, and I think she will. I've been the longer I study on that, I think she's about as far out as you can push one, but big footing, big toe, big bone, big back, great upper hip. Let me congratulate the young lady out here with the yellow shirt. She'll have the very chance to go across the year. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations to our champion dark cross breeding gilt division winners. Our champion comes out of class 17 is exhibited by Henry Crowley, and our reserve champion dark cross comes out of class 20 and is exhibited by Ainsley Johnson. Congratulations. We are now ready for our champion crossbred breeding gilt division drive.
these two, get it done. And then hope and pray that the judge that gets to judge it is not a total dumbass and tries to outsmart it or outthink it. You know, sometimes I don't get to do very many shows because I get thinking, man, well, you got them this good, just appreciate it, celebrate it. Because this is, I don't care if you're in Indiana, I don't care if you're in Texas or Georgia or whatever, this is elite stuff right here. This is elite stuff. And before you want to criticize it, or before you want to say, well, man, I need to do, just make me one like this. And then we'll criticize it. Just make me one. One. I ain't talking about a bunch of them, just one. Because there ain't going to be a bunch of them like this. One I like the best today is the one that's the biggest. I've stuck with that and I'll stick with it because big ones are harder to make than small ones. Big ones that get big and look like this are harder to maintain. Help me congratulate the young man with the orange shirt. He's going to have a chance to win. The one reserve champion to that massive champion is very, very good. I can't be complimentary enough about this skill in terms of how good I think her head and neck is, how big and mobile her forearm is, and how good her hip and rear leg is. But I get to this little gilt, this calico gilt that walked through that dark cross thing. As David Burton would say, like Grant took Richmond, in my opinion. And she just ran into the one that's as elite as she is. It's about 100 pounds bigger, maybe bigger than that. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. The one I like second best today is the little calico right there. Good job. Congratulations, boys. You both did very well.
Congratulations to our crossbred breeding gilts. The champion crossbred breeding gilt comes out of our light cross division and is exhibited by Carson Page. And our reserve champion crossbred comes out of our dark division and is exhibited by Henry Cowley. Congratulations. We are now lining up to do our breeding champion drive for our breeding gilts. Lining up for our grand champion drive for our breeding gilts. And we will have a top 3 out of that.
Well, if you would with me, please, congratulate these two exhibitors for these champions in the purebred breeding class and as well as the commercial breeding class. And I appreciate the quality of both of these gills, and I hope my Yorkshire fraternity brothers don't kick me out, because I'll use a Yorkshire if it's close. Anybody, if they ever want to debate that, just tell them, yeah, you'll use a Yorkshire first. Not everybody will, but I will. If they're pretty good, and that was pretty good, but I can't do that today. I can't do that today. I can't do that today. So at the risk of losing my Yorkshire credibility card, help me congratulate the young man with the commercial gill. He's going to have your champion today. Honestly, the toughest decision today has been which one of those crossbred gills or commercial gills was going to be first and which one was going to be second. And I decided to always go with the one that's the biggest one if the quality is somewhat equal or even, and that was what separated them. You get a good feeling like, golly, you better not discount that. But this other one is so good, and I think the future for her is unlimited. Help me congratulate the young man with the reserve champion. He's got the reserve champion. And not taking anything away from the Yorkshire now. Y'all leave her and say I didn't like her, but I like her quite a bit. Yeah, she's third overall. Yeah. She's third overall in the good one.
Congratulations to our champion breeding gilts. Our overall grand champion breeding gilt goes to Mr. Carson Page out of our light cross division. Our overall reserve comes out of our dark cross breeding gilts, and it is exhibited by Henry Cowie. And our third overall breeding gilt is exhibited by Brody Ball as our Yorkshire division. So congratulations, and we are going to reset and get started with our purebred, our market barrow show. We're going to start with our purebred barrows.
we pulled out 3 and I'll go ahead and place in 4 on down. 4's going to be the big frame deal, the young lady there, the fine hairy hog. She's got, that bear's got a lot of frame. He's got good length of body, pretty good hip and rear leg. He's a little bit finer muscle and probably needs to have just a little more definition up to his head and neck to move up any higher. 5's going to be the young lady here with the blue shirt and there that's got pretty good flexibility and range of motion. Hip and rear leg and that hog's good. He wants to come together right at the top of his shoulder blade. Those times already working in. That kind of gets him to 5 in this spot. 6 is going to be the young lady in the golden shirt with a real heavy muscle little bear that she's got. We maybe extend him to his front end ever so slightly, but I appreciate the big fresh back that he's done in. And then next is going to be a little champion there with a red ribbon in her hair. That's a good little pig. He used to be a little wider and he could be a little more square right at the top of the shoulder blade for me, but she's really fresh, really sound. We like those things about it. And next is one that, if this hog comes into his skeleton and his muscle, he's going to be pretty good. He needs a little more shape to him today in a market hog setting, and I can't convince myself there's enough skull and structure in there to do it. He's correct and he's sound. I hope for the best for the young man with that bear because he's got some qualities that are very, very hard to put in the hog in terms of just flexibility and soundness. So, good set of bears all the way through. We'll work these first 3 again. Pretty really high quality Berkshire bears for sure. There's one though that kind of had to be beat from the time he got here, just in terms of coat and foot quality, the amount of bone that he's got, the hip and rear leg that he's got. I like where he's at just in terms of muscle and frame size at this stage for a hog that you can just mash on and lean. I'd say this has got a pretty bright future. And congratulate the young man here with the pink shirt. He's going to have your first place Berkshire here. Second is going to be the one over here to our right that this young man's got. That bear's really got a lot of product. The muscles come in him a little quicker than it has my class winner. We can all see that. And yet I don't think that he's as comfortable out here. I don't think he's as stout. I don't know that he's as big as the ground. And in this way, I call them prospects. And the prospect that I like the best is the one is first. But I think this bear's got a tremendous amount of good for this young man. Third's another good prospect. That maybe needs to be a little more square as he goes away from him. That hog looks really good from the side. He opens up good in his upper sternum, comes together just a little bit in his front knees. But again, that hog's got a pretty bright future if he stays together. He hooks on one right leg just a little bit, but I think we can work with him in that if we don't let him just roll away from the lead move.
our Berkshire Purebred Barrow class and our drive. In 8th place is Rick Meeks. 7th, Emerson Garner. 6th, McKinley Bruce. 5th, Delaney Turner. 4th, Paisley Peoples. 3rd, Tatum Jones. Our reserve champion would be Braden Peters, and winning the Berkshire Purebred Barrows is Will Peacock. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our Duroc Purebred Barrows. There are 9 in this class, and actually this will also be your Duroc Purebred champion drive. They weigh 96 to 225 pounds.
Good class of Duroc boys for sure. 6 is going to be the young man's tall running barrow back over here to the left. And that barrow is just a little stouter. I like his design. I like the immature look that he's got. But I don't know if you've been paying attention to what we've been sticking over there in the holding pens. But I mean, there's some monster-legged dudes over there. So if this barrow just goes and masses and develops, he's got enough frolic and enough muscle to run with the best of them for sure, or will have under the right kind of management. Next is going to be this young man's little barrow right here, and if that barrow had a little bit bigger back leg, maybe at this stage he's really correct and up-headed and good-footed. I'm concerned that he's probably not going to mass up. I see what's down here, so that's kind of going to get him in that 7th hole today. 8th is going to be right here, and that barrow probably is a little stouter than the 2 that I had in front of him. He needs a little quicker up to his head and up to me at this stage. If that all stays together, then that horse got the bone and foot to go ahead and make it go. The young man over there with the orange shirt and the light colored barrow, that barrow is just a little bit green today. I'm calling him frail, and I don't want to get credit for the young man's barrow. I've seen some Duroc barrows do some pretty mysterious stuff once in a while that are kind of skinny and green like that, and when they get their stride, they get pretty good. But that was a little green today for them.
I want to remind everybody, we do have a concession stand, so if you get hungry, head on back there. We also still have the raffle going. It will continue till after the end of the the solo stove and the rifle is still going on. So head back to the back. Tickets are $5 each, or 5 for $20. And this all supports the Jefferson alumni.
Very interesting pair of bears to be 1-2 in this class. And when I tell you they're stout, they're stout. And when I tell you they're big down at the ground or feet, they're big foot. One of them is really, really big chested and wide. The best way to describe him is a freak. And I've been trying to sit here and figure out how long he's been castrated. It doesn't matter. It looks like he's been cut. And the sheep's a tick big, but anyway, that's been critical of one that is really athletic and mobile and heavy bone. The one that is going to be second to him today might catch him in the end game. You don't know. I like some things about him. He's a little cleaner sheep, but he doesn't have just quite as much natural mass. I like the young lady's pair here in the blue shirt to be the class winner. Second one to be the young lady in the green shirt. And that's a very, very good pair of bears to be 1-2. I'm going to call them for the lead at this stage in the game. Third's going to be this young lady's little finer haired bear that we've got working here. And quality gets him to be third in this drive, in my opinion. He's not as opened up as either one of those bears in first and second, and not as extreme in his bone. And we've been talking all day. That's not all bad kind, but I just know when I get those guys coming in here, the state fairs and some of those things, that they're going to be all about bone and hair and that. And this one has got enough, but he's not as extreme as those hogs that were in first and second. Of course, going to be the big bear the young man's got down there that's really sound and flexible. He's got a big forearm in him. He needs to be a little more correct. And he's a little bit of a harder bear for the young man to show. Actually, he opens up good through his sternum and his chest forward, and then he kind of doesn't want to just balance and stretch out and go. He's a little bit lower fronted, and I think that's what takes it away from his appearance in relation to the hogs that I've had in front of him in this class. If you like him third, I wouldn't argue with you, but he's a good bear for sure. And then fifth is another high quality bear that just needs to go ahead and develop and grow up and open up. He's pretty fundamentally correct. He's plenty green at this stage, and sometimes that's not all bad for a Duroc bear. I'm not necessarily being critical of that. I'm just saying that in relation to the stoutness in 1 and 2, this bear needs to mass up. If he does that, he'll have the soundness, he'll have the freshness, he'll have the look. He'll go ahead and run with those other two. Good class for sure.
Congratulations to our Duroc purebred arrows. In placings for that class and that division, we have in ninth is Matt Burnett, 8th, Tanner Posey, 7th, Jesse Cox, 6th, Jamison Brown, 5th, Crystal Craig, 4th, Brooks Crane, 3rd, Reagan Parker, 2nd, Madeline Hicks, and winning that class, so the grand champion in that class is Leela Poppenberg, and the reserve champion, Duroc, goes to Madeline Hicks. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our class 4 of our Yorkshire purebred barrows. There is only one class of Yorkshire, so this will also be your division drive for your Yorkshires. Weighing 133 to 245.
We pulled out 3 to work again, and people got some nice berries out here. It's getting warm outside, and I'm not gonna just keep driving because we don't have to. 4th in this class is gonna be the big body berry that the young lady there's got that we're gonna drive out on her just a little bit. I'd like to see him. He's got plenty of cover on him at this stage for a berry, in my opinion. Where he's good, he's good footing, good feet and legs. He's just clean greasy to suit me today. 5 is going to be the young lady here with the red ribbon in her hair and a real nice little berry that needs a little more mold. Of course, she's got him dialed in and looking good from a skin and hair standpoint. That berry just needs to be a little further along in his maturity, probably to see where he's going to be. A little champion there with the red shirt is going to be next. And that berry, I tried to figure out whether or not to go ahead and let him get in the mix. And probably if we were a little earlier in the day, I might go ahead and put him in the pen. I don't think he's going to get around in 3 that's in front of him because he's got a few too many issues. His front feet are a little flat, his sheath's a little big, but he's heavy bone. He's got a good hip at the rear leg. That bear needs to be in a class with a lot of hogs, and you can kind of appreciate the goodness in him for sure. He's kind of an extreme thing, but there's some good there. We need to fix him in this spot or 2. Next is going to be my young man there with the red shirt bear. I think he's a really, really nice profile. Needs more muscle. And the young lady here with the pink shirt, her bear does have the muscle. He just needs to be a little fresher. But good job to all these kids. Congratulations as they go back. three very nice Yorkshire bears out here for sure, and they're all three different kinds. But to me, the one thing that isn't negotiable is the one that's got to be first. Second and third we can discuss a little bit. I like the big bear, the young lady in the purple shirt over there's got to be the class winner. Again, that's balance, that's correctness, that's freshness, that's good hip and rear leg, that's production to his center, good look up to his head and neck. That's a very, very nice Yorkshire bear. Congratulations to that young lady. Second and third gets to be kind of where you want to put your personal preference. Being that I'm calling this a prospect jackpot show today, I'm going to use the heavy bone one down here that the young lady's got to my right. If it was an in the line show, he doesn't have enough breeches. But for today, I'm going to forgive him for that and think that he will respond when the time comes to go ahead and develop mass and muscle. He's got the bone, he's got the look, he's got really good toes. If you'll open up and get enough shake from behind, I mean, that one is a natural hand to it. He'll be lifted as a rattlesnake for sure. But he's got to get there. He's got to get there. So good luck with that bear. This bear is probably a little thicker. He's not as heavy bone. He's not as far along, probably in his development as that bear. But legitimately, this hawk's got more muscle today than what the other one does. He's just not as tall fronted. He's not as heavy bone. He doesn't have quite this the reach out of his hip and rear leg. That's the big thing. If he was a little better out of his hawk from the hawk down to the ground, I'll probably still go ahead and swap those two, because he's a very, very high quality bear as well.
Congratulations to our Yorkshire purebred class. Placing in that class, 8 is Waverly Sanford, 7, Jake Williams, 6, Casey Lodge, 5th, Jimmy Gay, 4th, Abby Gabriel, 3rd, Leila Puffenberger, 2nd, Casey Norman, and winning Yorkshire is Bailey Ball. So our grand champion Yorkshire is Bailey Ball, and our reserve champion is Casey Norman. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 5. This is our AOB purebred barrow class. There are 5 entries. This is the only class of AOB, and they weigh 134 to 213.
Well, we've got a really nice handle in this class, and then you just kind of have to decide where you want to put your priorities between second and third. I like the young lady in the red shirt, Spotted Bear. He's an easy winner for me out here in this particular class. That hawk is square, that hawk really heavy bone. He's good pretty. He's got a big back and he's fresh, good hip and rear leg. He's a very, very nice Spotted Bear that can stand quite a bit of competition, so she's going to be first. Second, third, between the Tam and the Hereford over here. The Tam's got a little more shape, a little bigger, harder back. The Hereford probably a little bigger footed and probably a little bit more flexible out of his stride, out of his front end. So you tell me which one is most important. I'm going to go ahead and use the Tam to be second, just because he's got a big fresh back, and somebody like that. He's got a big fresh back, and and so I like the length of stride out of the Hereford and the extra depth that he's got. I can understand that as a very close placing between second and third. Hereford is very, very sound, and he's not devoid of muscle. He maybe just doesn't have quite as big a hard back as that Tam player does. Then next is going to be the young lady's little spotted para. It's going to be forward. Needs to be the other in the design. Five's going to be the Hampshire looking mare that the young lady's got over here that is really green and immature. He just needs some time to kind of see on feed and some fairly hot feed. You just kind of see what he would get done. He's really immature at this stage. So good luck with him.
Congratulations for our Class 5 AOB Purebred Barrows. Placing for that class is 5th place is Catherine Hubbard, 4th, Ava Fleming, 3rd, Jameson Brown, 2nd, and Reserve Champion AOB is Hayden Buck. Grand Champion AOB goes to Lillian Crosby. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our Champion Purebred Barrow Drive.
Well, if you wouldn't, congratulate all these purebred champions before I tell you which one I like for this. I think this is relatively close between well, all four of you could make a case for sure. For me, I've broken it down to where there's two of them that are my favorites, and they're kind of different, and in terms of just where they're at in terms of maturity, weight, frame size, and there's just one that once in a while you get a feeling about a hole, man, this dude's legit, and he may be out there a little further than what we're accustomed to looking at in some of these circumstances. Is he 12 o'clock today in terms of muscle? No, he is not. Is he the biggest footed bear that we've seen so far? Definitely, for sure, if not the biggest footed, one of the top 2 or 3 big footed. Heavy bones has got the kind of flexibility that he's got, and the kind of sternum and chest forward that he's got. He's got a very, very good hip and rear leg, particularly for that breed. Yeah, we congratulate the young man with the Berkshire. He's going to have the champion. Well, that Missouri bird comes in, and he's a big bear for sure. We talked him, and he's got a little bigger back, but he doesn't have the running gear and the bone and foot that champion does. The reserve champion is another one out here that's really done remarkably well and stayed together extremely good. I didn't read him just being quite as naturally stout as that part, but man, he's big rib, he's big back, he's big top, good hip and rear leg. Come and congratulate the young lady in the orchard. She'll have reserve champion. the York bear comes in, and he's kind of a wild card. We're going to leave these things for him later, but I like some things about him, and he's got a shot. That's all I can say about him. Like that look he just gives you, coming straight at you with the head, that makes me think that hog is going to get really, really good one of these days. The Duroc bear, I went ahead and let him use I used him in the Duroc class because of his extra stoutness and mass, and we had a good Duroc bear for reserve champion. I wish he would have been cut a little longer and just healed up a little better. Maybe that's not that big a deal, but I'm kind of old school. And the biggest area that I put for him today is he's got just a little bit more sheath. Then we got the young lady Spot bear down there that's really square and sound off both things, extremely fresh, big back, kind of hog, excellent hip and rear leg. Let me congratulate the young lady with the Spot bear. She'll have a third overall victory.
Congratulations to our purebred champion barrows. Our champion comes out of the Berkshire division, exhibited by Will Peacock. Our reserve champion comes out of the Yorkshire division, exhibited by Bailey Ball. And our third overall comes out of AOBs and is exhibited by Lillian Crosby. Congratulations.
Ricky.
I don't have a little chainsaw. I ain't got no weed eater, no mud. The pigs got me beat. How you doing today, man?
Now entering the ring is our first class of light cross barrows. This is class 6. There are 7 entries in this class. They weigh 104 to 136 pounds.
No, he back there sitting down. They're on the first row right there. First row. They're on number 1. He back there feeling right. Y'all watch out for yourself. You might step in the shot. There you go. Look down.
All different colors here. Body, solid.
So you're back so soon.
Yeah, I am.
There are 6 in this class.
I pulled out 3 and we pair it in here, the blue eye pair it in here, the corner's gonna be 4th. And if he was cooperating a little better, and I'm starting to get aware of the fact that it's warmed up like this in Susie, and if these hogs aren't coming in here and wanting to show, we're not going to make them ring sour for sure, not on my watch if I can help it. He's going to go back to the fourth today. He's a good pair. He's just not ready to come out here and work on the cart for 30 men waiting. And so we're not going to push on him as hard as we got to. Next going to be the young man's pair here. He's wanting to squeal just a little bit. He'll be 5. He's already kind of front line. He's front faster. A little too much. Past that, he's a very, very nice pair. This pair is going to be 6 right here. And he's a good pair. He's fundamentally, he just needs to get more bone, a little bit of feet perhaps, but he does have a big, big fresh bite. I really like that. Pretty good birds in this class, and yet for me, there's a handle that I think is the one that you've got to find one to try to beat. Dead be good from the profile. Time will tell on one back leg whether that's going to be sturdy enough to go ahead and withstand it and get to 250, 60, 70 in that range. But I like this darker colored bird to be the class winner today. Heavy bone, really good. The profile's good from the side, opened up good. He's about as far out there as what you want to make one from in his hawk, between his hawks. But if that stays together, that's what you're going to work a lot of them a lot of time. Another mention, another blue eye pair is going to be second in this class. Really heavy boned pair. He doesn't have quite the range of motion yet that dark blue hog does. And I look for that hog to just keep getting better. He reads really immature up to his head and neck. He's good centered. He doesn't have quite just the flex and reach that first place pair did. The third place pair is front 2/3 is awfully good. I tell you, he's the most immature looking through his head and neck, which isn't a bad thing for sure. These top 3, he gets a little harsher in his hand morning today, but watch and see how that hog develops. If he masses and puts flesh on in the correct places, he's going to get an awful good light cross pair champion.
Congratulations to our class 6, our first class of light crossbred barrows. Placing for that class in 6 is Kinsley Steele. 5th, Jake Williams. 4th, Katie Weaver. 3rd, Lily McCoskey. 2nd, Casey Lodge. And winning class 6 is Leela Kuppenberger. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 7. This class has 9 entries. There are 142 to 168 pounds.
seemed like a losing system. But, you know,
Well, I pulled down 3, and I could go ahead and keep 5, but then we'll do 4 and 5, so there's no point, again, with the heat, just keep driving. I like the young lady here with the blue shirt on, the before in this drive, and her front feet were just a little bit different, and his front pastures are getting a little long because it goes over here in the pen. He's got a big shoulder blade working in a big square heel. I'm actually going to be a bit better right here. The young lady in the red shirt's got, there's going to be 5 in this class. That bear's got some fundamental good. He's broken down already just a little more on his front pastures. He needs to be maybe just a tick fresher, but that hog will be all right when it's all said and done. Next is the big bear. The young man's got to drive out just a little bit. This is good for sure. I'd like him a little more comfortable out here on this carpet today, and he's got the hot and fixing to stroke out if we're not careful. Next is going to be a little champion there for the red ribbon in her hair with her little bear that's just a little bit overdone already in terms of condition. Next is going to be this young lady right here with the blue ribbon in her hair, long, lean kind of hair. He's more bone and bigger foot. The next little bear that young lady's got is just a little bit too quick in his maturity and probably a little fatter than what I'd like for one to be at this stage. Three really nice bears for sure, and there's differences in them. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and make the two as closest together in terms of how they are designed first and second, and then use the one that's got the most bulk and mass. I like the purple shirted young man right here to be the class winner in this ride. That bear is tall, funny, he's good looking, he's fresh, he's got a good hip and rear leg, and he outmasses the bear over here that's the closest to him. Is going to be second. The class winner's got a little more bone and just a little bigger bite in him already, but that's a very, very all the pair pairs to be 1-2. The outlier in this class is going to be the pair that started, and then I realized a lot of people would get enamored with how big his back leg is and how well this young man's got him presented. He's got lots of hair on him for this time of year. For me, I'd like to see him a little better balance. I'd like to see just a little pressure up through his head and neck. He's done a good job getting the hair off there, but still he's a little coarser to me and a little older maybe than where we actually would love to be. But that's a good pair, and there'll be some people who will probably like him, and he won't be quite as hard on him as what I've been on him today. But I like all three of those pairs all through it.
Congratulations to our Class 7 exhibitors of our light crossbred barrows. Placings for that class in 9th is Bailey Bruce, 8th, Emerson Garner, 7th, Reagan Parker, 6th, Trinan Wilkes, 5th, Emily Wall, 4th, Bella Halsey, 3rd, Emery Lane, 2nd, Madeline Hicks, and winning Class 7 is Henry Cowley. Congratulations. Now entering is Class 8 of light cross barrows. There are 6 in this class. They weigh 170 to 191.
Well, we've got good barrows in here all the way around, and I think a pair of them that makes this a little bit difficult. I think there's good in them. One of them's a little stouter, and one of them's probably a little more elevated and a little more correct in his front knee. So just to be a little bit of a trade-off. I'm going to go ahead and use the stout one today. That's kind of where we've been all day. I like to use the green shirt that has a class winner, and home foot is what separated that one from this one over here. It's going to be second, and he's probably a little lighter, probably a little rounder rib than the class winner, and he's probably got enough on him foot, but he doesn't have as much as that class winner. That's a good pair of barrows for the first and second. Third's going to be the young lady over here with the other dark blue barrow, and again, big back, big rib, good upper hip, and this front pasterns are a little longer than the barrows that we had in first and second in this drive. Next is going to be the dark blue hog down there. He's got good range of motion. He's kind of green today. If he'll mass and continue to develop, he's going to be a real handful. Next will be the young lady with a black shirt. That pair just needs to balance better and have a little more to
So
it.
on the right, all the way to the right.
Blue-eyed bear back in here is kind of working already with some land issues, and that takes away from his appearance out here in the showroom.
Up to 1345 South Hill Street, Commerce.
Congratulations to Class 8 Light Crossbred Barrows. Placing for that class in 6th, Lawson Wilnow. 5th, Emma Bennett. 4th, Brooklyn Ross. 3rd, Georgia Redford. 2nd, Drake Rye. And winning Class 8 is Mallory Raines. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 9 of our Light Crossbred Barrows. There are 4 entries in this class. They weigh 203 to 217.
Real close pair of antagonistic types here to be first and second. I've been preaching it all day, and I'll stick with it. I want to use the heavy bone, big footed pair here to the left to be the class winner that the young man's got. He's really big down at the ground. He's big footed. He's heavy bone. He's got a big back end. He needs a little more hair probably for this day and time, but where he's good, he's plenty good. Second's going to be a little more immature looking hog, the darker blue headed hog the young lady here's got. And if we can make that pair just have just a little more bone, I like his hip and rear leg. He's more of an immature up to his head and neck for sure, but he just reads a little frailer to me in relation to that pair that we started the class off with. The third's going to be the other real dark blue bear that the young man's got. That bear is again needs to be a little leaner and have a little more shape. Then the raw bear that we do have over here does have good feet and legs. That hog just looks like he's kind of behind and doesn't necessarily feel the best today. I think if we get him turning and going, that hog could have a better day for sure.
Congratulations to our Class 9 of Light Crossbred Barrows. Placing for that class in 4th is Matt Burnett. 3rd, Kaiser Hubbard. 2nd, Savannah Cantrell. And winning Class 9 is Drake Rye. We are now ready for our champion draw of our Light Crossbreds.
Well, if you would, we congratulate all four of these exhibitors for having a good light cross spread bears out here today. These kids are doing a good job, and I don't mean to kick the dead horse. I know it's getting hot back there, so we're moving as quick as we can. But they're doing a good job out here. The guys helping them get them up here to the ring, or keeping them as fresh as they can too. So I appreciate that. I want y'all to know that. I think for champion light cross out here, when you just break it down in terms of quality, and one that just doesn't have many flaws in him at this stage, is the one that's the logical light cross champion. Help me congratulate the young man with hope for he's going to win this division. For reserve light cross out here, the one to push that champion the hardest is maybe a little bigger legged, but yet I'm a little suspect of if he bows out of his hind end as he gets bigger or not. But based on what we got comparing to, I'm most comfortable with the young lady with the blue shirt here having reserve champion light cross in this division. Yeah, my third overall, we got that bear that was second to the champion in this division. As we talked him, he's a little more immature, not quite as heavy bone, but tall, front, and good looking bear. I'm satisfied with him being third. Get to congratulate the young lady with the green and white shirt. She's going to have the third overall light cross.
Congratulations to our champion light cross division winners. Our grand champion goes to Henry Colley, reserve champion Leela Puffingberger, and our third overall of our light cross is Madeline Pitts. Congratulations. They weigh 76 to 102 pounds. Talia Smoot, you are needed at the announcer table. Talia Smoot, you are needed at the announcer table.
Well, we pulled out three, and I'll go ahead and place the remainders. Horse going to be the young lady's lighter skin there back over here to my right. Just practical, good pig, very sound, not quite as stout as maybe some of the bears that I've had in front of him, but he'll be fourth in here today. Five's going to be this young man there with the white shirt. That bear is really immature and green. He's good looking up through his front end. We just need to see what will happen. You know, if he masses up, he's going to be all right when it's all said and done. The bear that's really been hard for me to figure in how to fence in is this bear right here. I like a lot of things about him, and yet this left back foot just seems to concern me quite a bit. He'll outgrow that as they're going, and he's got the bone and the look to be a bear that gets out of this far down the line pretty quickly. But he's got a fix in that regard right there, and I don't know exactly how that'll be. And next we've got the young lady here. That's a good little pig she's got. He's sound and complete. He's just a little frailer in his overall makeup. That looks like we did that really. Okay. Nice pig. Just needs to get those guys.
Environment in the show area. If you picked up the third overall breeding banner and supply bucket, would you come to the announcer table, please? If you picked up the third overall breeding banner and supply bucket.
Pretty good bears for sure. The one that I think probably got the least amount of problems today and the most good is the young lady there in the purple shirt. That bear is really heavy bone, he's level in his design, he's good out of his hip and rear leg. I'd be the first one to admit to you, his muscles are hair green today, but that doesn't bother me when they're that heavy bone and that square from front to rear, and that good looking up through the front end. She's a nice picture, class winner. Second's going to be the real hairy, well presented hog that we got over here to the right. There's a spot or two. She was plenty big when he first came in, and he's a little lower fronted maybe than what that pig is that started the class off with. But he's a good bear. Second's a good spot for him today. Third's going to be this young man's real practical, nice looking bear from the side over here. His feet's probably not quite as big, his bone's not quite as heavy, but he's fundamentally a good sound, correct kind of a hog for the young man that should make a pretty good feeding hog for him out of the gills.
Congratulations to our Class 10, our first class of Dark Cross Crossbred Barrows. Placings for that class in 7th, Joanna Grace Crowder. 6th, Connor Mims. 5th, Hayden Bales. 4th, Addison Ayers. 3rd, Hayden Buck. 2nd, Lillian Crosby. And winning that class of Class 10 is Molly Griffin. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 11. There are 13 entries in this class. They weigh 108 to 118 pounds. There will be 12 entries in this class, not 13. There's a couple of vendors that are going to be packing up pretty soon. So Blue Ribbon is going to be packing up to leave. So if you have show supplies that you need, you might want to head that way. The She Shed Shenanigans is also going to be packing up soon. So if you have some things you would like to purchase from those two vendors, you might want to head that way.
I've got 6 pulled in the pen down there, and we'll go ahead and place these others. 7's going to be the young man with the blue and white shirt, with the fine haired bear. That bear's got some quality to him for sure. You know, he's kind of wanting to get just a little bit down his jump back. You know, I've got some others doing that too, but his are a little long. But he's going to be 7th right now. 8 is going to be my little champion over here with this spotty top bear. Fundamentally a pretty good hog again. Concerned on this hog. The next is going to be the young man over here with the painted up bear that's got a lot of body in him. He's been a little bit sick, I think. We'll get him healed up, and don't let that hog get too fat. I mean, you don't have to give him a lot of fat. Just kind of harden him and do it. And he's fun. He's not bad. He's not far off with him. So he just gets a little fat today, probably for where he's at. Then I'm trying to figure out the black hog, the young lady down in the corner, got comes next. He's a little more bone and body. This little girl here calls her. With her hair, it's got a lot of muscle. He's a little tighter, a little more restricted. He's combed up there. That little lady's got is a good hog. He needs more shape, and he's a little overdone already. Probably in terms of his body condition. Good bears all the way through. We'll work these top 6 again. Six good bears for sure. One of the more competitive classes that we've had all day, because it's one of the largest classes, but still we get good pigs. And I said, I'll let some good pigs, I'll even catch a pin. You know, I bring them back out here and I break it all down. The one that's got the most extras and still fundamentally heavy boned and big footed is the young man with the pink shirt. He's going to have a class winner. That bear's got a big back, but he's kind of immature. He's not overdone yet, just in terms of maturity. He's really wide coming and going. That's a very, very nice pick. With the body is probably what separates him from the young lady here with the pink sweater whose bear is going to be second. I really like this bear. He's not quite as opened up today as the class winner. I like the profile, I like the scout look that this hog's got, and I think that hog has got a huge upside to him as he grows and develops. He's not quite as far along just in terms of width of body as that bear that we started the class off with. But put a check that way because where he's good, he's better than the rest of them. Third's going to be this young lady's bear right here. Extra long body, long fronted one. That's really good footed and flexible and sound. It's a little tight at his hand rolling junction today, and that's been critical of one that's got an awful lot of good in him. We could sit out here and try to figure out on those first 3 bears which one is going to be the best in October. I decided to just go ahead and do it with what I thought was the one that was best today. Next is going to be, fourth is going to be the black hog the young lady down here has got, and he's just run into a buzzsaw of a class. That little bear is balanced, he's correct, he's very sound. He's not as long fronted as the bears we've had in front of him, but certainly a very good hog. 5 is going to be this young lady's bear that we got working here, and that bear has got some quality to him for sure. He's a little bit unbalanced at this stage. I think he's a big frame hog. He's got a lot of upside potential. Reach 2 move green. Finally, the young man's bear is going to be 6. Let him keep the pin. That bear's front feet's already getting to break down on him just a little. But I thought that just the center body, hip, and rear leg allowed that young man to kind of get a little experience and get him down here. He did a good job getting him in and out. So that was a win for everybody.
Now entering the ring is class 12. There are 9 in this class. They weigh 119 to 129.
Another good class. We pulled out 4. It's going to be the calico pig with the red ribbons in her hair is God. And that little bear is a pretty good bear. He's got good feet, he's got good bone, he's got good legs. Probably shaped, just a little bit of a question with him. He's opened up good. That's a pretty good little bear to be hit today for sure. 6 is going to be the young man here with the yellow shirt, the golden shirt, I suppose. We like a lot of things about him. That whole to break down on his front feet a little bit more than it needs to be ideal. Big fresh pack, I like that about it. Next is going to be the young lady here in front of me with the leopard print deal that's working. That bear's got real fresh skin. I like that about it. He's a bit of a more mobile at both ends. And next is going to be this young lady with her purple shirt. I wish that bear had a little bigger back foot and maybe just a little more reach and go out of his hock and do more correct from the hock down to the ground. Then we got the little pink-eared bear. I'm not opposed to doing short pink-eared hogs. This one's probably not as good as he needs to be today, but he is fresh and looks healthy. He's doing a very, very nice job with him. Give those kids a real nice round of applause as they go out there. Four really nice dark cross bears, and I think you can make a case for several of them. The one I like the best is the young lady here with the black shirt and the healthy bear on the right. I think that bear fits closer to what we've been trying to do all day in terms of hogs that are really flexible off both ends, sound, heavy bone, big footed. He's a little green center, but we'll get past that little bear out on camp movie, but that's a pretty good little bear. Second's going to be the dark-eyed bear that the young man right here has got. And he's not quite as comfortable out as he up in rear leg today out here on the carpet, and it's been a little bit late, but if he could just drive a little more hard, he pinches in his hocks just a little more than I need to be out here. Front 2/3 of him is lights out. Third's going to be this machine right here. And if he stays together, you're going to be all right. But he's pretty wide from behind, and that gets him to be third today. Fourth is going to be this young lady's little bear right here that fundamentally is just real sound and complete. And she's doing a nice job with it. Congratulate those kids as they go back to the barn if we could.
Congratulations to our Class 12 exhibitors. Placing for that class, In ninth is Kinley Tankersley. 8, Morgan Steele. 7, Jessa Fleming. 6, Braden Peters. 5th, Joanna Grace Crowder. 4th, Lily Mack Dixon. 3rd, Sadie Winchester. 2nd, Brooks Crane, and winning class 12 is Emma Halsey. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 13. There are 13 in this class. They weigh 130 to 140. Attention, we are ready for some more giveaways. So if you hear your name, we have some prizes up at the announcer table. We have Ellie Dixon, Ridge Meeks, Keaton Acree, Jake Williams, Tyler Harrell, Paisley Peoples, Easton Maddox, Garrett Cox, Savannah Cantrell, and Sadie Winchester.
I'm just gonna come here.
Give them. Rolling, baby. You gotta move it. Get them moving.
Well, we pulled out 5 in this class, and we're going to go ahead and place the rest of these. 6 is going to be this young lady back over here with this really athletic bear that gets out and goes. That bear's got a shot, get him a little fresher headed. That bear's got some good eating for sure. Just kind of see where he lands. He's not quite show ready or show broke today. She's leaning on him pretty hard, but that's a pretty good bear for sure. When it's all said and done, just look after him because he's got probably more potential than what we're getting out of him today for sure. 7th is going to be the young lady there with the blue shirt with her bear that's narrower belted bear, just a little trailer off both ends and where we'd absolutely like to be today. 8th is going to be this young lady, and I keep trying to wrap myself around that there's enough to this bear. If there's enough to him, he's got the feet and legs and the look to go ahead and move up a few notches. He's a little bit late cut, and that may be keeping him from having the kind of shape that I want to see him have down his top and back to his hip and rear leg. Black bear is going to be Max. This young man here to my left has got He's a good, fundamentally sound kind of a barrel. Needs to be a little stouter. Next is going to be the young man here with the black shirt. That barrel gets out and goes for him. He's a little more real in body, bigger fluid, more volume to move up. Kind of the same thing like this young lady's barrel right back here. He's not as good from behind, in my opinion. Maybe as he needs to be today, but keep feeding and see what happens on that field. We'll work these first 5 again. Really good here on the top end of this class. And there's a pair of these that I think are fundamentally very, very good hogs. And it kind of just gets down to personal preference and some things that I think that you kind of have to make your own mind up how much you're willing to put up with or accept. The one that I like the best is this young lady here with the wide belt that's there in front of me. I think when I break that hog down, he's the modern hog, the one that fits, is probably going to fit the most judges of any of them in this class for sure. He's big bone. He's got that, well, I guess what they call it, exotic head and neck. And that's not always my sort, but when you got one that's that big bone, that big footed, with that kind of look up through his front end, and with that kind of hip and rear leg, that's pretty good out there. I mean, that's got big league potential written all over it, and I think that hog is. I think that hog will be interesting to follow along and just see what happens, because he hits me pretty good today. Second's going to be one that's probably got a little bigger back today, and I appreciate that. For a hog that's packing as much as this one is down his top and out of his hip and rear leg, you really have to admire that. He doesn't have the range of motion that other barrow does. And you say, yeah, but he's got a bigger butt, and that's true. I agree with that. This pair is not quite as elite-headed and neck today. Maybe they'll get to work on that and get him a little choked out. He's got a big rib, a big back, and a big back leg, and I like that. That pair of hogs in 1 and 2 are very, very good Dark Cross pairs for sure. Third's going to be the young lady here with the red shirt, and that barrel was kind of one of the earlier ones that came in. I thought, man, that might be pretty good to lead this class off with, and he is a good barrel. He's not in the league with those other two yet today. He's a little shorter hip and shoulder strided from behind, but really, really high quality barrel. Next is going to be the young man right here, number 4, with his really practical sound barrel. He's doing a good job getting hip driven. And later here in 5, he's got a barrel that's got a big back and a big square hip in him. They've got him to keep a pin. But real practical, really well balanced animal barrel. That barrel never cause you any problems. He's just probably not as extreme in some areas as the ones we've got in front of him.
Congratulations to our class 13. Placings in that class. In 11th is Kaylee Bowles. 10th, Wyatt Sanford. 9th, Avery Bradley. 8th, Kinsley Peoples. 7th, Ainsley Pruitt. 6th, Skylar Phillips. 5th, Braylon Fitzgerald. 4th, Tyler Harrell. 3rd, Ellie Dixon. 2nd, Ellie Dixon. And winning that class 13 is Carly Cockrell. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 14. These dark cross barrels weigh 142 to 152, and there is 9 entries in this class.
We can forward. I'm going to go ahead and place these others. Fifth going to be the young man right here with his barrel that holds his ear to one side just a little bit. Again, really practical, sound, complete barrel. A little bit green, overall makeup today, but that will have some better days for sure. Next is going to be one that's dressed up to be big time in good age. They do his little harnesses, him, one, I like the young lady with the black shirt. Coming next for sure. Next is going to be little sister down here. You're doing so good with your apple shirt on. I'll try to get a little more calm, but you're doing good with him. Next is going to be the young man. That's okay, buddy. The young man's brother is just not happy to be here all the day. Keep working with him. In the red shirt down there, he's a little past his prime in terms of flesh. He's already working with a little bit. Probably too much cinnamon body fat, but he's a good salmon barrel. Just doesn't want to show for the young lady to value, and that makes that a little bit more challenging.
We are.
4 nice berries again for sure. And yet, the longer I study, just the more confident that I am with the decision that the young lady here with the green and white shirt, the Sooners going to need to be the class winner in this drive. That bear is fundamentally very, very hard to pick a hole in. He's got a big back, he's got a big square upper hip. He's a heavy bone bear that moves well off of both ends, and that one there is a highlight for sure. He's going to be a pretty good one. He already is a pretty good one. Second's going to be the young man here in the black shirt, and this one's a little greener right to his center today. That doesn't bother me. That bear's got really good rib shape. What concerns me and what got him to be second, he's not as comfortable today as the bear that we started the class off with. But if he'll just kind of soften and flex, soften isn't the right word, but flex a little better and get more comfortable on the carpet on his back feet. That one's got the kind of rib shape and dimension that it takes to really win a big show for sure. I'm going to swap these two. I'm going to put the Calico third. I think he's just fundamentally a little better balance. He's pretty good up to his head and neck. Might need actually a little more structure. And then the next one is Felton Bear. This young lady over here's got, he'd be a little stouter. He's a nice looking hog from the side. Hopefully he might make it ever so slightly. But he's another one. If he goes and the tour's right, he'll be a handful later on down the line.
Congratulations to our Class 14 exhibitors. Placings in this class in 9th is Macy Smith, 8th, Holden Blackwell, 7th, William Mack Dixon, 6th, Riley Wainwright, 5th, Keaton Avery, 4th, Landon Perfect, 3rd, Brittany Mason, 2nd, Landon Perfect, and winning that class is Brittany Mason. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is class 15 of our dark crossbred barrows. There are 10 entries in this class. They weigh 154 to 163. Go through our sponsors again for this show. Our platinum sponsors is Loom and Laser, Gallery Vet, Veterinary Hospital, CEI Cable East, Ag Pro, Glory Nutrition, Southland Landscape, Shirley Feed and Seed, 5T Feed and Show Supply, and Boot Farm. Our gold sponsors are Crow's Lake Catfish Farm, Bowers Family Farm, Zoe's Ice Paradise, TTF Nutrition, Potts Family Meats, Billy Kane Ford, 5S Trucking, Roll-Off Renegade Dumpster Rentals, and Uline. Our silver sponsors for today are Marjack, Hal Pro Tree Service, Jackson EMC, Jackson County Board of Commissioners with Chairman and Mrs. Clark, G-Force Underground Telecommunications, W.T. Donahue and Associates, Custom Livestock Solutions, Cross G Veterinarian Services, Cleveland Tractor Repair and Services. Our bronze sponsors are MLH TAC TV and Services and Carlin Land Surveyors. Again, without our sponsors, this show could not be possible. So thank you so much for continuing support of the youth in our county and beyond.
we're gonna keep 6 this time. That's my central opinion. I'm trying to still figure him out. 7's going to be this young lady right here to my left with the purple shirt. Folks got a good fresh top in his back. He wants to come together just a little bit. I'd open him up through his scaffolding, through his front end to go ahead and run at this game, but he's a nice pair. Next is going to be the young lady here with the red shirt. Is going to be 8th in this ride up there. Has really got rib and body. He's a little bit quicker mature and probably so kind of the same thing about this pair. This coming next that the young lady's got. Good hip and rear leg, very, very sound. Probably working with a little more condition maybe than where we need to be at this stage on these 150, 60 pound horses, maybe a little bigger than that. And then we've got the barrel here. He's got a great big back and really fresh skin in here. Gets up in the center portion of his body. When he'll relax, he actually does look better, but he's just too high top for me to do. Another extra good class for sure out here, and yet there's one that when you talk about heaviness of structure and big footage and heaviness of bone, pliability through his front end and through his rib, I think there's one that just the bigger he gets, the better he's going to get. I like this sandy colored hog this young lady's got right here to be the class winner. That's old school structure, hip and rear leg, and just watch and see what happens to him. If he does everything right, that will give all of them all we need because he's got all the extras, plus he's so flexible and sound. That's a huge shoulder blade and a huge rib blade in that hog. Second's going to be the barrel that's probably got a little more exotic head and neck. I question whether he's wide enough coming at you, and his front feet kind of indicate that to me. He's got the look from the side that everybody's looking for. I hope there's just enough right through the center portion of between his eyes to go ahead and open him up and do the things he needs to do. He's got a lethal look from the side. Third going to be this barrel right here that's got a lot of this practicality. He's fresh center, he's big back, good hip and rear leg. I didn't think he was just quite as good to his head and neck as that barrel would have. In second order, he's quite a big moment. Fourth going to be the black barrel that the young lady over here has got that turned into a little bit of a challenge for her to drive. I like that barrel pretty good. He needs to go ahead and stay good at his front feet and his front knee. That's my biggest concern with him. And when we have one that is just sloped out like that class winner, then it kind of points out that maybe that hog needs to be a little stouter in his time as well. I'd say this bear is a little stouter. He gets a little more restricted in his movement at times, maybe not as comfortable out here on the carpet on his front feet. And again, we'd like to square him ever so slightly with his front feet. This is a good class of bears. This bear has been very difficult for me to evaluate, but you had wanted to get out and go. I think part of that is he's just not comfortable out here. Maybe the young lady could get him to go and roll out of both ends a little bit more than I really wish that he would. And he's a little moderate in terms of height at the point of the shoulder. Time will tell on that hog, but he wants to roll just a little bit once I kind of got out there where I can really see him.
Congratulations to our Class 15 exhibitors. Placings in that class: 10th, Kingston Ware; 9th, Morgan Steele; 8th, Allison Oliver; 7th, Ellie Dixon; 6th, Katie Weaver; 5th, Ellie Dixon; 4th, Caitlin White; 3rd, Chloe Vaughn; 2nd, Henry Colley; and winning Class 15, Lily Mack Dixon. Congratulations. Now entering the range is Class 16. There are 11 entries in this class. They weigh 167 to 179 pounds. If your vehicle is currently parked in the trailer loading area, it needs to be moved. Unless you're loading. If you're loading, that's fine. But your trailer should not be parked in the trailer loading area.
We've been 3 this time. I've been a 4th one. I'm afraid it's going to be a losing battle down here. This young lady right here with the black shirt is going to have the fourth place finish in this class. And I think Bear's pretty fundamentally good. He'll be a little stouter in his general makeup, but he's fresh and big back. We like those things about him. 5 is going to be this young man's bear right here. Kind of the same deal. I didn't know whether we could get him dug out of the corner or not, and he wasn't going to win the class, but he's going to be fit. He's stout and good body. I like that. He gets a little bit flat in the rib for me. That's fine. 6 is going to be this young lady right here with the yellow shirt. That's another good bear. It's not as balanced as he needs to be, but that's a good market hog. He's got a big back. He's sound. He's correct. There's lots of good in that, and he's fresh, and I appreciate that about him. Next is going to be my little calico right here, and that bear's got some good in him in terms of immaturity and a big bite. For me, I'd like to see him just square from behind a little better as he goes along on that end of things. The next one is going to be right here. This young lady right here has got a very good pair. He's already crashing on his front feet just a little bit. That kind of gets him to me in this stage, at this stage, that kind of gets him where he's at this stage in the game. Next he's going to do this young lady with a king pair. Got some good in him. Don't give up on this dog. He's not quite as attractive today. His bone's good. His hip and rear legs not too bad. We just kind of got to work on getting his head and neck cleaned up ever so slightly. Next will be this pair right here that the young man's got that's got a little slip to his ears. He's giving him a hard time. The pair needs a little more muscle, but he's sound and hitting on. And then finally the young man's pair down here that's got the gland swelling comes in next. But congratulate all the people that like the hard work.
Ask him about joints. Ask him about loosening up that back end. I tell my kids that they better talk to that judge every single time. We pay too much money to be here and to not to take up space and to get information.
You're exactly right.
I don't care if you get the gate you wander around until he's good.
Good class of bears for sure. We probably had a few more that had a few problems in them. Is why we probably didn't keep quite as many this time. But I've sure got one down here, the young man with a purple shirt on and the lead all through it. That's good enough. I mean, he can stand quite a bit of competition. He's got a really good hawk and rear leg. He's got a big fresh back end. He's a good looking hawk from the side. I mean, he's the logical handle in this class without too much to do. I mean, he sees that, well, I don't know if we'll ever get together. But the second one's this young man's bear right here, and he's very correct and clean, throated his neck. I like that. That bear is very powerless, just a clean. He's saying he doesn't have as big a feet, he doesn't have as much bone as that bear that we started the class off with. But that's a good market hawk out there that it looks like the young man's doing a good job with it. The bear that we got third, really fresh, I like that. He's got a big back in him as well. And he's not as balanced. His front feet are probably can break down just a little bit. His pastures are slightly long, and we might try to work on his chin just a little bit. But the freshness and just the overall balance, or not balance, but just the bulk that he's got, which is really third.
Congratulations to our Class 16 exhibitors. Placings for that in 11 is Aiden Bradley, 10, Caden Ross, 9, Callie Cantrell, 8, Blakely Bowles, 7, Brooks Weaver, 6, 6, Elizabeth Blackwell. 5th, Garrett Cox. 4th, Mallory Gooch. 3rd, Riley Wainwright. 2nd, Drake Rye. And winning at Class 16 is Luke Wright. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 17. There are 11 entries in this class. They weigh 181 to 189 pounds.
Really good class of bears. Eight big young lady around the fence. And that bear is a good bear. He's sound, he's balanced, he's correct. This is any indication of just how competitive this class is. That bear is going out of this class being named. He's for sure the best eighth place bear that we've had today. Ninth is going to be right here, the one that's not having to be so big. And he was a little friendlier and a little more accommodating. I wouldn't mind playing the pin for him, but I think in the interest of everybody, we're going to let him go back to the trailer next. This calico is going to be next, and the young lady here with the long hair's got and pink back, really fresh, good hip and her leg, very sound. And this bear comes in next, and he's just a little plainer in his overall makeup and look. He's not a bad hog. He just doesn't have quite the shape. Lots of them always some of the hogs we come in. Well, they not only get holler outside, they turn the heat up on me in here too. With these 6 or 7, and there was another couple that could have gotten 10. So, I think this is a really, really good class of dark cross bears, and I think this is one of those kind of classes that people can legitimately have discussion about and say, well, I like this one better because of this particular reason, and I like this one better for this other reason, and be right. Everybody be right about it. But, it's my job today to kind of come out here and tell you what I think, and find the ones or the one that puts it all together for me the best. And when I try to think about the combination of balance and correctness and squareness from front to rear, presentation, and just all the hog that's the hardest for me to poke a hole in and say, man, I'd like to change him here, I'd like to change him there. He's not the heaviest bone one out here. I'd be the first one to admit that to you. But I think he's the widest one that handles it really, really well from front to rear. The balance in this hog for the amount of mass and power that he's got, I think is what separates him from the pack. Let me congratulate the young man, the taller young man in the purple shirt. He's going to have a class winner in a difficult class. Congratulations. I like how that hog's presented, and I like the hog, and that's a very, very good barrel. And there's not going to be any shame in being second to that barrel for sure. The one that's going to be second probably is a little heavier bone. He's not as opened up. He's not as thick and just as naturally square as that barrel that we started the class off with. But the barrel that suits me second best is the young lady here in the pink shirt with that ultra stout, big footed barrel. That barrel's got a nice look to it and lots of claws. Third is going to be kind of the one that was trying to figure out, okay, where do you stick this hog? He doesn't have, today, he's not as advanced in his maturity and quite as far along. He's very sound. His feet and legs are immaculate. Is he wide enough? And I kept thinking, well, maybe if I can use him wider, he doesn't do the things that he does. He drives out of his hock and rear leg exceptionally good. Young man over here with the purple shirt going to be third in this class with his real big footy, heavy bone handle of the barrel. Fourth is one that when he came in, I thought, well, that one is going to be tough to turn. And if you told me you liked him up a couple of spots, or maybe you liked him the best, I wouldn't argue with you much one way or the other. Young lady in green and white shirt for sure got a good barrel. He's sound, he's big back. I couldn't make him, just as extreme as some of the barrels in front of him in this class, but that's certainly a good barrel to be 5 in this class. 6 is another barrel right here that fundamentally is a very sound, very complete, very practical kind of a hog. He's probably working with a little more condition than I'm comfortable with today. Pushes on his left outside foot just a little bit, but that's a good solid barrel, and good luck to him. Next is going to be the real heavy bone, big-footed barrel over here to my right, and fundamentally, again, that's a good barrel. He's about as correct a skeleton as you can make with one. Those other barrels today are a little further along in terms of muscle and maturity, but this one could be a handful. There's no question about it in my mind. That's a good barrel. And then finally, I kept that barrel based on quality again. I didn't think he had quite enough horsepower to go ahead and beat those hogs that I had in front of him today, but he was so high quality. I wanted that young lady to have the opportunity to come back out here and show him the display with those other 6 really man-eating kind of crossbred barrels. Good class. I congratulate all of you.
Step out the vehicle. Yeah. Oh, man. That's
Where? No.
We pull three, we'll rework them in just a second. I'm gonna go ahead and place 4, 5, 6, and 7. Of course, going to be a young man with a tight haircut sparrow out here, and that's a good bear for sure. He's a little past his prime in relation to these bears that I've got down here on this end, in my opinion. But he's sound, he's correct. He's fundamentally a very, very good hog. Just a little past where I'd really like to see him be. Next is going to be a young lady there with a purple shirt, and kind of the same thing. Those bears read a little more mature to me, and he's a little more moderate, getting out here and stuff. They sure got lots of hair and he presented very well, but I think he's just a little bit past their prime overall for me. 6 is going to be this young lady right here, and that's a good bear. He's got a lot of muscle, and toes are pretty good. If the rear leg could be a little better down at the ground a little bit. And this bear here, he's just a little plainer top and wants to close in up in his front end just a little bit. And I'd make him more square from front to rear. This is the last class. Okay. Well, this is a good way to end. Let's put it that way. I mean, these are 3 very, very good dark cross bears. These 3 young men out here certainly got their homework done, and I want them to all three know how much I appreciate how they've presented these hogs and themselves out here, and that's part of young men like this and young people like this are part of the reason I enjoy coming to the big shows, because it doesn't get much better than this. Give these young men a real nice round of applause. We haven't right enough on the kids today. I had a goal to go ahead and get done quick, and so sometimes I don't. I know it's not the champion. Yeah, I know it's not the champion, but you know, I mean, this is pretty elite stuff, and it's not the champion drive. And I ain't telling you there aren't be champions. There's some good ones coming back in here and stuff. But I'm really impressed by all three of these. I mean, this is Major League, Midwest, State Fair, caliber quality right here in presentation and fit, the whole 9 yards. You know, we can, and I had to break them apart just a little bit because they're that good. And the one that suits me the best today is the one I think's probably got the least amount of problems. He's probably the best balanced. He's very stout, very correct, gets out and goes for me. I like this one who's wider belly than the last winner in this particular drive. And I think that he made that a little easier for him because I think the bear that's the most extreme probably is the one that's got the most holes. Second's going to be the other bear over here that's got the good ear, and I'd like to kind of put him third and swap his hogs, but there's a difference in how this one hog is going to be third. Sets his back foot down, and the amount of pressure that he puts on the inside of his toe, if we can make him more square, and you know, that one's a 3, but I felt like this one was the safest place to be. He's big, fresh back, extremely heavy bone, good looking, fresh. That's a good bear. And this one here is just an outlier. I mean, find me a bear that's this size and this weight with bigger legs than what he's got, and I don't blame the young man for putting him on feed and getting him dialed in. And there'll probably be some people that won't be as critical of that as what I'm doing today. I keep watching him twist on his right back leg. I'm old school, that gets him to be third to me today. He's probably got the most good of the individuals, and he's also got the biggest hole. So that one in a breeding barn probably got some real strong possibilities. So good bears all the way through. That's the way I see them today.
Where are you going? What are you going to do?
The transmission slipping. The transmission slipping. Need some brake fluid in it. Tighten it up.
Well, I know one thing for sure. If you're in the pig buying business, and I'm a customer anymore, I don't breed, I just buy in the trade. I doubt I can afford any of these. To be real honest with you, they would bring a lot more money than probably any of my customers would spend. But you get what you pay for is the only thing I know to tell you, because these are really high quality bears. And there's gonna be some hogs that will get left standing out here that are really good and are going to have some really big opportunities for sure. It's been a long day, and y'all heard me speak, and I will do it before the reserve champion maybe, but the one that I like the best, and then he came out of probably the most difficult class for me to evaluate all the way through, because there was 3 in that class. If you could have done it any way that you wanted to do it and be fine for sure. The one that suits me the best is the young man in the pink shirt that in that final class. He got a champion both class today. If you would real quickly, and I know everybody's getting tired, if you would real quickly, I see Dr. Burton back over here, and Brian Crane and all the good act pictures and ladies that have been helping and the folks in the back. Bryce Conkle back there, he stuck with it. I'll give him credit. He hadn't wavered one bit. He's been here through the classes, and Bryce, we appreciate you. The people that's put the show on, give them another real big round of applause. Everybody's left, if you would, with me, please. I set out to go fast, and we haven't had to wait. So I congratulate you exhibitors about that as well. I could put a lot of speeches on you and stuff, and I love this. I love the young people. I love having the opportunity to interact with them. And I know I don't always say things and do things like some of the current crop do, but I've been doing this for a long time. I'm 63 years old, and it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, but I promise you I like a good one today, just as good as I did when I was 10 years old or whatever. I've been very fortunate, very blessed to have the opportunity to come and work. And again, David Burton, I can't thank you enough for all the good that you've done. Thank you, buddy. Give David one more round of applause. We've been through some bright times, and we've been through some dark times, but we made it through. So that one hits pretty close to home. For reserve champion out here, we've got one, and I'm going to let these boys figure out which one ought to be the reserve champion and which one's the best, because they've got a tremendous set of hogs. The one that I like to be second best today is a young man right here in the purple shirt with his body top there. Good job, man. didn't make it any easier because he's very, very heavy on, very, very complete, very practical. You know, I like that bear that was second in the heaviest class today, extremely good. But I'm gonna stick with the plan today, and we've used the hogs that are ready to win and show for champion, and in some cases reserve, and then try to find what I thought was maybe the next best prospect. And there's one out here, in my opinion, is scary good. He's not as right today as a couple of these other ones, but he's big-footed, he's heavy boned. He's probably got the most ring presence and elite look of any hog we looked at today. Let me congratulate this young lady right over here with her race. She's going to be the third overall. Well, they told me I'll shut down the show. I didn't realize we had market guilt yet to go, but that's fine. We'll get there. You can't brag on good people enough. So for champion bear out here, I think both these pairs are extremely good and represent their divisions quite well. And you know, I think one's really on the way up, and one is ready to win at the highest level. Let me congratulate the young man with the dark cross. He'll have this in the green champion there as well. Not diminishing anything with my light cross bear, because he's an extremely good bear. The one bow that suits me second best, really wide, really square coming and going, very advanced in terms of maturity, big back, sound. I like the dark cross reserve to be reserved for. two excellent pairs. This gets it really close in my opinion this go around, but those dark crosses have had to beat so many good ones to get to this point. I think I'm just going to keep that trio of dark crosses together. This young lady's pair is going to be better. Congratulate both these pre-champions with me, the Dark Charles and the Burke, if you would please, before I tell you which one's the supreme champion. I'm not disappointed in this Berkshire barrel one bit, but it's going to be hard to get around these Dark Crosses. Let me congratulate the young man for the Dark Cross. He's going to have his supreme champion today. These boys are testing my Berkshire knowledge. And that's fair enough. He's a good Berkshire, but he's not quite ready for the leap that these others are in. Let me congratulate the young man who reserve Berkshire. He'll be reserved. I like the Dark Cross again to be third overall barrel. Help me congratulate that young lady. Give all these barrels exhibitors a real nice round of applause as they go by the food.
The Mama John t-shirt, sweatshirt portrait belongs to Brandon Fitzgerald. All right, Navajo Pearls. The winner is Allison Oliver. Catfish, the first catfish fishing pole, David Brown. Take me fishing tonight, cat, is Kim Ford. The Costa sunglasses, Brian Crane. Columbia shirt and hat, Austin Pruitt. Catfish fishing rod, the second one is Jameson Brown. The homemade cupcake bouquet belongs to Cindy Cooley. All right, moving on to the raffle. The first pick belongs to Jonathan Menard. Is Jonathan Menard here? Attention in the barn. We go ahead and get our second call for light cross gilt. Class 1. All right, the second winner of the raffle is Laura Lacey. Please go ahead and go over to the payout table underneath the Partners in Agriculture's sign.
this first class of light cross skills, we've got a really, really nice handle, in my opinion, to start with. The blue-eyed gilt that the lady right in front of me has got is a real, real nice gilt to start this class off with. She's sound, she's correct, her toes are big, she's opened up good from front to rear. I like her quite a bit. She's seen some competition. The closest place will be from second to third. Even though this gilt's acting up just a little bit, I think she's the next best one in terms of quality. She gets to be second today. Level design, really sound. Not as comfortable out here maybe as a couple of the others, but she's got more rib and body. This gilt's going to be third. She does have a little better disposition than the second place gilt. She's got a little navel working with her, and that scares me a little bit, but I do appreciate the fact that they get fresh sounds on the way up. And then we got the other little blue gilt down here that looks kind of like maybe she's been off just a little and not feeling quite as well as she needs to today. But 4 nice gilts, good way to get this started. Real nice class, and I think there's a pair here to be 1 and 2 that are certainly really high quality. I like the young lady solid white gilt on the far side to be the class winner in this drive. But I'm pretty sure we've seen her before, but she's big bladed, she's square hip, and really, really styled and sound. I like her quite a bit. Second's going to be this young man with his blue spotted gilt coming right here. And that's certainly a really, really nice gilt. She's heavy bone, she's big footed, she's not quite as flexible in driving out of her hop and hip, maybe quite as well as that gilt that we started the class off with. But that's a good pair of gilts to be 1 and 2. Third's going to be the little white gilt here that the young lady in the gold shirt has got. And I just like that gilt from the standpoint of center body, hip and rear leg, and her, I think is the next best in this particular group. Next is going to be this young man's really well designed little blue gilt working right here. She needs to be opened up just a little. She needs to be a little wide. But that gilt gives a really, really nice profile. She's a good haul. Next is going to be one that I really like on the side. The young man with in the middle with the blue shirt. Doesn't have quite as much blue. she concerns me when she goes away from me. I like the bone, I like the foot. She just needs to be more square as she goes away and getting outside of her skeleton just a little more for me. And this is a nice gilt, young man. She's a little frailer than some of these other gilts in the class, but just keep feeding her and letting her clear and see what she gets. So good job. Nice gilts all the way through. Good pair of gilts for sure. You know, I think there's one that's just been suiting me all day from the standpoint that she's opened up good, she's heavy bone, very, very sound. Let me congratulate the young lady with the solid white gilt, simply the champion, Black Cross Market today. This is considered the closer in my mind. I'm going to go ahead and use the second place field out of that second class to be reserve champion Light Cross. I think just got a sleeker look up to her front end. She looks like still she's on the way up. Her front end is very, very good. I was a little questionable about her rear leg and just how firmly and authoritative she set that down. But I like the front 2/3 of her tremendously. She'll be reserve champion Light Cross. Another good class of dark cross, first class of dark cross market gilts. The one I like the best is the young lady here with the brown shirt. That was really sound. She's correct. She's extremely well balanced. Looks like a hog on the way up. I like her quite a bit. Second's going to be the little girl over here with the blue shirt on. That thing's got a great big back. I like that about her. She has got a huge rib. I like that about her. She's not as balanced today, doesn't get out and go, plays a tractor from the side maybe, is that gilt that we started the class off with. Third's going to be the young lady here with a black shirt, with another gilt that if she does the right things and opens up and gets a little stouter as she goes, she'll be a handful. Fourth is going to be the little gilt that the young lady there's got with the big back. She's a pound the lightest one, I'm sure, but give her a little time. Let's just see what happens. She's very correct. She's very sound. I think she's got a bright future. Next is going to be the solid black gilt here that the young lady's got with the half pail and the white front leg. Front two cars of hers really good. I'd like to see her just a little more secure out of her hip and rear leg today. This young man's gilt's going to be next. Really sound, kind of a heavy structured hog. Needs to be a little wide at the base. And we got the one down there that's not cooperating. Oh, that's okay. There we go. She needs to be a little stouter and probably have a little better ring disposition.
It's telling on you. Telling on you.
We'll work those top four again. Fifth's going to be the calicoed black-eyed gilt young lady there in the center of the ring. She gets just a little more moderate in her framework for me today. Pushes and getting plenty of rise from behind. The belt is gilt. It's got a real nice profile. Kind of does the same thing. You get behind her and you question whether that's secure enough, and then finally the young man's pink ear gilt. She's just a little green and needs time to go ahead and mature and develop up. But all three of these young people are doing a good job. Good job, guys. We'll work these four in.
Hey, Rick.
Huh? Huh? What kind is this at?
Well, I think this is very close between these top four gills, and we could make a case for any of them. And you know, I keep coming back to a pair of them to be 1 and 2, and they're just Allisons for sure. And you know, I mean, in a market setting, they're probably the ones that got the most muscle as well. I'm going to go ahead and use the gilt here with all the hair to be the class winner again. We've seen her in the breeding show earlier this morning. And at times she worries me on one back foot just a little bit, but she's the wide pitch stout one that's still got some body and ribs. She'll be the class winner. Second's going to be this one over here that's really kind of a freak in terms of heavy bone and you know, good choke neck, length of front. She's not as soft-centered as that gilt that we started the class off with. Give her time and see what happens. If she softens up, she's going to be a good one. Third's going to be the young man's gilt that's really balanced and complete. You know, she doesn't have maybe quite as much to her as some of those others, but give her time to let her develop and see what's happening. I'd probably use the gilts as the quickest in maturity today. And the gilt that we got here in 4 gives you a really nice look from the profile. Her feet's big, her bone is good. She just pushes a little too far outside of herself when she gets to going for me for one at this stage in the game.
This is a reminder. Go ahead and head over to the payout if you have not already. It's underneath the partnership. Please go ahead and hit the payout if you're not already completed.
We pulled out 3 to work again, and we still got some nice skills floating around out here for sure. Fourth's going to be this young lady's big body built here closest to me. That's really got a lot of product and very, very practical. You know, I don't know that she's got maybe quite as much muscle as some of them. And then 5's going to be the young man back over here with the glasses on. There's some good in that deal, but she kind of turns in on her right front foot a little more than what I deem to be ideal. And I'm afraid it's going to get worse as she gets older for the young man, but there's some good in that deal for sure. Next is going to be the calico deal that I found to make her a good one. She's not bad. She concerns me in that area. Her right foot needs to be bigger. Both her back toes need to be bigger at this stage in the game, and she doesn't handle one of them quite as correctly as she needs to. Then we've got the little girl's deal right over here to my right. It's got a lot of follow and muscle. It needs to be better balanced. You know, like in the green shirt, her deal is very balanced. I just make her a little stout. Go ahead and move up and higher in this class. We got a really nice handle to start this class, and then second and third gets a little closer, maybe not as close as I'm trying to make it. I like the young man here closest to me to the left to have a class winner in this drive. That girl's really opened up. She's round rib, she's big back, she's heavy bone, she's good footed. She's the logical one for me to win with in this particular drive. Young lady's wider velvet deal's going to be second in this class, and I could get a little more excited about her in terms of her hip and her leg, other than she's pretty wide and gets outside of her skeleton a little more than I like, and she's already kind of break down on her front feet. I like the flexibility and I like the range of motion that she's got. Third's going to be this young man's deal, who's head and neck. I think he's very, very good. If she's correct in her front knee, she's got quite as much bone and structure. I don't read her being quite that away today in terms of the hogs that were first and second in this class, but give her some time, see what happens again. There's some good in her that I think kind of requires to not give up on her and keep studying. 3 to work again. And it's going to be 4th on the bubble. She's a little tight for me out here this afternoon, but I like this gilt right here to be 4. She's got a big back. I like that about her. I just need to loosen her up on her skeleton and her feet and legs just a little bit to go ahead and move her up. 5 is going to be the wider velvet gilt. The young man here closest to me has got front 2/3 of hers good, gets a little straight behind. 6 is another real practical gilt that the young lady here in the pink and white shirt, blouse has got working. Make her a little more correct off both ends, and we see her move up the class just a little bit. Next is going to be the young lady with the blue shirt. With that deal over there that she's got that is a little frailer and a little straighter from behind. And then finally the young man's gilt here with the black shirt. This needs to be a little stouter. She gets a little rounder and a little more bound up from behind. The gilt here closest to me is going to be the class winner in this particular ride. I like the length of body that she's got. I like the heaviness of bone that she's got. I like the feet and legs that she's got. She's kind of green, but I think there's an awful lot of product in there. I like her up to her front end. Her center body's good. She's the one that wins for me. Second is going to be the sandy colored gilt that the young lady's got here to my left. And again, balance and correctness, soundness on that gilt, extremely, extremely good. She's not as attractive up to her front end, probably as that class winning gilt, but she is so sound and so complete. And that young lady has just got that whole dialed in terms of skin and hair for me. She's done a good job. I really thought this gilt in 3rd was a little longer body than what I really did as she gets back out here. She's a little shorter neck and a little shorter hip. Big back, big bone, we like that about her. I'd like to get more extended up to the front end especially. 3 nice gilts.
Look, you'll be able to see. If you can get around fast enough. I know. Alright. Dang it. The 22nd July? Should be 2027.
we can pull forward and work it again. I'm going to go ahead and make this gift did pretty well in the pretty gift show right here. I'm going to make this one fit in this class. I like this. I like the balance that she's got. She's big footed. She's a fairly heavy bone gilt. She'll be fit. You're going to be sick, darling. I didn't mean to ignore you like that. But big back, big square gilt. Needs to be a little stouter to move up any higher. The gilt that the young lady's got, the soft pasture here, her pads are not happy with her. And is a good body haul. She just doesn't get out of the go quite as well maybe as she needs to. Then I've got the young man's gilt comes next. Good sound kind of the gilt. This one's a little flatter right in behind the blade and from behind. And this gilt's a nice gilt. And she just needs to balance and have a little better bone to move up any higher. Thank you. Another good class of gilts. I'm going to start with the young men's gilt down there on the far end. It's really long and level, super correct on both ends. She's opened up good. She's got good rib shape. She's a nice handle in this market class for me. Second's going to be the young lady with the wider belted gilt right here. Very sound, very complete, very practical kind of a hog. Didn't maybe see her being quite as just opened up or flexible and heavy bone as that class winner, but a good hog for sure. Third's going to be this gilt right here that is the bone and foot hog in the class. She needs to have more chest floor in her, in my opinion, up any higher. And then this young man's gilt over here that's coming in forward is a good profile, good pattern gilt. She's a little tight for me today out here, but there's certainly an awful lot of good in her. Her center body and rib is very good for the kind of product and the amount of muscle that she's got.
Okay. I got 2 seconds.
Again, we pulled out 3 that we rework again. The yoke that I like to be forward is a young lady there with a red shirt. I think it's a little bit steep rump maybe, but she hinges out her hip and rear leg very well. She's a very fresh appearing yoke. I like those things about her. 5's going to be this really big back yoke. This young lady right here has got, she reached to just a little frailer than the yokes that we've put in the pen over here in the top 3 today, but she's certainly nice. Gilt got a great big back. We appreciate that about her. Next is going to be the calico gilt that the young man's got that we talked about her in the breeding gilt show. She just gets outside of one back leg, gets outside of her skeleton and worries me considerably about her, particularly in a market setting. The next gilt is going to be the real long body gilt that this young lady with the red shirt's got on. This needs more product and needs to be opened up. The Hampshire looking gilt right here comes next. Need to make her a little bigger bone, a little bigger footing, move up any higher, and then we've got the Hereford gilt that the young lady over here to my right, or to my left has got. And she's just a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of bone and muscularity. 3 nice deals in this class, and in my opinion, it's relatively close, particularly amongst these top 2. I like the young man spotted back gilt in the dark shirt or the black shirt there to win the class. That gilt's really got correctness. She's big-footed, she's heavy boned, she's square-chested, coming at you. She's got a nice look. Her hip and rear leg is also very, very good. I think she's got a little more rib and just a little more forerib than the other painted up gilt that's going to be second. The painted up gilt that's second maybe is a little rounder and harder muscle than the gilt that's first, but I think that the first place gilt's got more volume, more natural volume today than the second place gilt. The gilt that we've got third gives you a really big, nice profile. Great big back in that hole. She's just a little tighter and a little smaller footed for me in relation to the gilts that I've got in first and second in this draft. We pulled out 5 in this class, and 6 is going to be the young lady here in the aqua green shirt. That girl's got a really a good bike in her, and she's a little flatter footed and maybe not quite as comfortable out here as some of them, but she gets to be 6 today. 7's going to be the one that hasn't slowed down since she got here for the young lady. That's a pretty good hog. She just is really green sour and running back and forth, so she's going to get to be 7. 8 is going to be the young lady's really correct fielder with the pink shirt on the far end from me over there. I like just the levelness that she's got. I like the correctness that she's got. Next is going to be the white belt that this young lady's got. A little smaller footed, gets down on the front feet a little more than I would deem to be ideal. Next is going to be the young man with the belt that's field over here who gets up in her top, and that's like that she's kind of struggling out of her hip and rear leg a little bit today. And then we've got the Hereford gilt that the young lady right here has got, and she's a little bit of a disadvantage again, just in terms of bone and muscle to move up and down. This is why I like to kind of start pinning hogs down here so I can kind of get gathered up on my thoughts, because the one that's going to win this class almost didn't catch a pin. And she got lost in the shuffle somewhere a little bit, but I got her figured out now, and she's the one that suits me the best. Let me congratulate the young lady with the red hair. She's going to have a class winner in this particular drive. That was really sound, opened up, oval fresh. She's a very good market hog for sure. Second's going to be the gilt that I really like in the breeding stock show, and I like her in the market hog show. She's really heavy boned, she's really big footed. She's not as opened up or as square from front to rear as that gilt that we started the class off with, but that's a good pair of hogs to be 1 and 2. Third's going to be this young man's gilt right here that's really up-headed and big back, fresh-headed and big hip. She's a little frailer, not quite as big-footed and heavy boned as those others. The gilt is going to be here for trying to figure out where to put her with the issue that she's got out of her hip and rear leg from the hump down to the ground to be more sustained. For me, she gets you dead in profile. She had to get in top 4 or 5 for sure, but for me, I'd make her more square from behind. And then the gilt that we've got here also to the right is a front 2/3 again, very good hog. It's a little bit straighter and a little tighter from behind, but I felt like there was enough quality there to go ahead and catch a pin for the young lady.
Don't worry about it.
Forget until
If you have payouts still on your person, please make sure that you go ahead and check in with Miss Alex. She's in the partners and advertisements. Go ahead and get those paid out.
The little fella comes back out.
We pulled 4 out of this class and still got some quality. The gilt that I like to be 5 is going to be the solid black gilt. She's got a lot of volume and muscle. She's just not quite as, she's a little past her prime out here to me today, just in terms of freshness through her head and neck. But she's certainly got a lot of good in her. She's got a great big hard back in her and a huge hip for her, and handles it very well. She's a little round and a little tight for me. Next one's going to be the young lady's gilt with the spotted back. Again, real heavy bone, kind of a big, just needs to be a little stouter from behind, maybe wants to bow out just a little bit, and I'm very critical of that. She does get out and go very well, and I appreciate that. Next is going to be the young man with the blue shirt here, the blue polo shirt. That gilt, if you could don't discount the fact that her front feet are a little too flat. That gilt's really opened up. She's got a lot of product in her. Her pastures are just too long, and going to create some issues for the young man. And then finally, we've got a real fresh gilt that my little champion here has got. And her pastures are a little too long, and she needs a little more product and bone in relation to the gilts that I've got in 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this class.
Attention to barn, this is the last call to make it over to confession. We got 5 minutes until they close. Last call for confession.
Four nice gilts for sure. The one that suits me the best is a combed up gilt that the young man in the orange shirt's got. She's very, very fresh. She's on the way up, it looks like. Very sound, very complete, very balanced. She's not as extreme in a couple areas as the gilt that's going to be second. That gilt's got a big back. That gilt's got a huge back leg. She's just not as fresh in her general makeup, skin, and hair, in my opinion, as the gilt that we started the class off with. But that's a good pair of gilts for the 1 and 2. Third is going to be the gilt there in the center that's got all the muscle. She comes at you with a big chest. She needs to be a little better from behind. The gilt that we've got forward here is a real hairy kind of a gilt that's sitting home. We just need to open her up, make her more athletic and agile, and move up any higher in this particular drive.
Here we go.
Well, if you would, we'd be pleased. Congratulate all these dark cross exhibitors and class winners for having a very, very nice dark cross market show. I like some things about each of these guilds for sure, but it comes down, my dad always says, if you find one that's good, that you don't have to make a lot of excuses for, that's probably the one that needs to be the champion. And that's kind of the way I feel about this particular drive. Well, there's one out here that's very, very good, and you don't have to apologize for her hardly at all. And she's kind of ahead of the curve in terms of head and neck, for the size that she is, the amount of bone that she's got, as big a feet as she's got to be that flexible and that good up to her forearm and chest and sternum. Let me congratulate the young man with the black-headed gilt down here in the orange shirt. She's going to be the champion dark cross market gilt. Again, I'm not taking anything away from these other class winners. And y'all heard me talk, we're going to go ahead and get this deal done. The next most intriguing guilt to me, and again, I don't really think, I think she didn't hit me big quite as fresh as the guilt that beat her in class, but you talk about one that's opened up and sound, big-footed and big-legged, still good head and neck. What separated them was just freshness in my mind. But the one that I like second best is the second place gilt out of that class 8 behind the champion. She'll be reserve champion, Martin Gilt. Third is one that is really green in her body and her makeup, but she's so good fronted and tall fronted and really great pastured, very complete, big back, very, very fresh kind of a hog. Let me congratulate the young man here with the, I don't know what color shirt that is, but he's going to have a third, his George Strait shirt said he's going to have a third overall dark market hog. So again, congratulations to each of you exhibitors. This has done a good drive as well. Well, it's late today, and I've spoken enough and given enough speeches, but I would ask you one more time, those of you that are still here, thank the event staff that have put the show on and done such a good job. You'll never give them enough applause. So if you would give them one more round of applause today before we adjourn and move on to the next item of business. I think both these guilds are very, very good. Some people might say, well, they're not as terminal as what market hogs need to be, and my response to that is, those terminal ones have got the industry in the shape it's in at times. I go to people looking for pigs, and I see they're coming out of the farrowing house look like they're in a damn butcher shop. Blood all over them, and after birth and everything. I'm like, oh Holy cow, what are you boys doing back there? Y'all got your butcher knives out, slicing these hogs up and getting the pigs out? Hey, I'm a little too old for that. When you got them as good as what these two are, just roll with it and it'll be okay, I promise you. Champion's gonna be your dark cross. Give her a nice round of applause, please. Again, I'm not taking anything away from that big white gilt that young lady's got, but this calico gilt is so round ribbed and heavy bone and good booty, and you don't have to make excuses for it. You said that's for your kind, than the champion. I can accept that. The champion's probably a little more my kind just because of the pliability and texture to the rib. But the one I like to be second best in the market hog show today, young lady's calico is going to be reserved. I'm going to kind of be real consistent, and there was a pair of these dark cross gilts that were going to be third, and if we'd have had a fourth out, because I tried to find the one, you know, we've had those really big, good hogs, and I like using those when I can, and then project a little more. The one that project a little more in the future, the one that suits me the next best, will be the dark cross in the market hog division. Congratulations, young man. I've enjoyed being with y'all. I think we're done. If I told you wrong, don't hold it against me. We'll fire it up and keep going. That's a good goods you got. Y'all ever get to South Georgia, come and see us. We'll treat you in many ways you'll have to like some.